Good morning.
Morning. How are you?
Fine, you?
I'm good. What market center are you from? What market center are you from?
826, Centerville.
Centerville?
Centerville, yeah.
Nice.
And Plymouth.
How long have you been in business?
Not very long. About 2 months.
Nice. That's
I
awesome.
transferred, I changed brokers.
Okay.
And I was in Santa Fe before that and I moved here. So
Oh, wow.
I'm not a new agent, but I'm new to Massachusetts.
Okay. That's awesome.
And it's quite different.
Yeah, I bet. I bet it's different. Hey, Tim.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad.
Morning.
Erin, you say Cassie today.
Well, I come in as Cassie
Uses Cassie's door pass. Yes.
in case I need to help with any production elements of Zoom. She has more controls than I do. But are you guys all set?
I think so. Just
Seems so.
waiting for everyone to get on and we'll start at 9 o'clock. I have a helper. Remind me of
Roger
your
and
name.
Patricia, right? Yep.
Patricia, right? Do you go by
Yes.
Patricia or Patty?
Call me
Patty, sorry.
Trisha.
Trisha. Okay,
Trisha.
there we go. Totally knew I would mess that up. Hi, Trisha. So Trisha's going to be watching the chat today.
The only thing, Lorna, if you want to, so this is the only thing that for some reason doesn't come through. If you want to make me briefly the host, I'll put us on Facebook and then I'll make you the host again. For some reason, it's Cassie's account that will allow us to go onto the Facebook group. I don't think you can do it with yours.
That is totally fine with me.
And then that way it will record straight to the Facebook group and then I'll hand it back over to you.
Awesome. Good morning, everybody. And Roger's going to come on as well to kind of be a sounding board with me.
Awesome.
Yes, he
And
is.
Trisha's going to be watching the chat, so we should be in good shape.
Yay.
I know, exactly. And I think we have Matt Erdman coming on. So I'm sure he'll give us some good insight as well.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Right.
All right. So are we elementals 5 today?
Yes.
5. Okay.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hi,
Hey,
Trisha.
Roger.
And Lorna.
Hey, how are you? Thank you for joining me.
Oh, you're welcome. So
Glad to have helpers.
you're gonna facilitate. Trisha's gonna monitor chat. And you
Yep.
and I are just gonna hang in there with everybody.
That's right. Talk a lot about buyer consultations. This is one of my favorite subjects. So
Is it? Yeah. Well, it's where the rubber meets the road, right? You know, I mean, this is where it all starts after you've kind of chatted people up and you got to the points of, setting an appointment. This is our goal, is to get in front of them and either do a buyer's consultation or a listing presentation.
exactly. Oh, I did not mean to do that. There we go.
So we're gonna take a break around 10:30. Is that?
Yep, that's it. So we'll start at 9 o'clock. In a couple more minutes, we'll get started. Seeing everybody starting to come on.
So
And then
Trisha, if you wouldn't mind, if you kind of, as you're watching the chat, kind of keep an eye and just maybe give Lorna or I a little heads up around 10:30 or just prior to, or just a little after, depending on maybe where we can kind of pose a break there.
Sure.
Exactly. So once I share my screen, I cannot see the chat anymore.
Right. And it's
I'm
hard to see
watching it.
people's faces and things of that nature as well. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
All right. We are live on Facebook, everyone. Good
Awesome.
morning. And Lorna, you are the host again.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Erin.
Yep.
All right.
No
So
problem.
good
Have a great
morning,
class.
everybody. Thank you.
And I
I
see Tim's in the house
Good
too. as well.
morning.
Nice.
see him. Good morning. How are you?
Good.
What are you doing today?
I'm here till 10, Lorna. I gotta escape a little bit before 10.
Okay. I saw a little more casual for you today, so I figured you had another plan after this.
There's a button down shirt. Yeah, it's just me in my cave. Like the hallway lights go off in about 5 minutes and I cry a little bit and then I hide under my desk and yeah.
So if we hear a whimpering in the background,
Yeah,
we know who it is.
fine. It's fine. Just, 12 months of COVID, nobody in the building. It's good.
Exactly.
Little stir crazy.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'm like Will Smith from I Am Legend. I have cut out cardboard figures in the hallway that I talked to on the way in.
I love starting the day off with Tim Lindsay humor. Makes the day go.
Yeah.
So
My wife has a shirt that says the opposite for sale if you want to buy one. Yeah.
So thinking about, we're in Elementals 5. We're almost done. You guys have really worked hard throughout Ignite, and I'm excited to help you guys today. So today we are, Erin, the one thing I didn't put, because I had to get off my computer, is all the
I got you.
participation guides and stuff. Sorry.
Yep, I got it.
I had all of my computer to share, and then I had to be on a different computer. So
Hey, Lorna, could I
Yeah.
ask a question? How much are those opposite T-shirts that Tim's talking about? Just curious.
how much, Tim? Millions of dollars?
All right. So real quick, the running joke is I would always say they're available at timiswrong.com. And I actually bought that domain for my wife for her birthday. So we just haven't built the website, but she owns the domain at timiswrong.com. So I'll get that information over to David in the group later.
Love it. I love it. All right, so as you can see, Erin is adding in the participation guide. Today, we are going to need not only the participation guide, but you're going to need the Elemental script book. So you want to make sure that you have those either printed or on your screen. And definitely, if you don't have the printed version of today's participation guide, really make sure you have a notebook, because there's a lot of hands-on writing and planning to get your buyer consultation up and going. So I just want to put those couple things out there right now. Is everybody ready to get started?
Yes.
All right, so I am Lorna Helms. Roger and Trisha are helping me today. We're going to be talking about buyer consultation. This is one of my favorite subjects because I feel like, first of all, I love working with buyers. I think buyers are so much fun. And I know right now it may not feel that way for everybody because it's a ton of work right now because the buyers are out there and writing a lot of offers, right? Which is a good thing. We want to be writing offers, but it all starts with setting expectations. And where do we set the expectation? At the buyer consultation. So this appointment, all of the contacts and calls and everything that you're doing to get leads is bringing you to either a listing appointment or a buyer consultation. So this is a good thing when you've met somebody and you've got them to this point, but you need to be prepared for that. Does that make sense? Okay, I'm going to tell you all right now, I can only see a few faces, so feel free. You will never interrupt me. Unmute, interact with me. I can't even see the chat, so I really want everybody to interact. We will take a break around 10:30 to get a little bit of water and just stretch our legs. And again, feel free to talk to me at any time if you have any questions.
Will do, Lorna, will do.
All right, thank you for saying that and interacting. I love that. All right, everybody can see my screen, right?
Yep.
All right, so have you seen this screen at all during the night?
Numerous times.
Every time, exactly. We started when I first did the very first one. We talked about the growing your business and running your business. Today, we're going to be focusing on buyer presentations and getting the listings, right? But mostly buyers today. You did listings yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Right, Erin? I can see Erin's face, so that's good. Why do you think it's important to get a signed buyer representation agreement when working with a buyer? Because that's what our focus is going to be on today. Not just the consultation, but getting the commitment. So why is that important?
So they don't go to somebody else, to the listing agent directly.
So they don't go to somebody else, right? Explaining the benefit and having the commitment that they work with you exclusively.
also, it allows us to do things that we can't do it without the buyer's agreement. They're just a customer until they sign that. Then we can do more than just be their sounding board.
So it depending on your state, it turns them into your fiduciary responsibilities, right? You have a contract. So we have 5 different states here. Everybody's going to be a little bit different, but in Massachusetts, we have an agency disclosure first, and that's just the disclosure of who we work for. Once you sign that, I'm just going to say this for Massachusetts people. Once you sign that, you actually do have a fiduciary responsibility, even though you do not have a contract. So I just want to be clear on that. But then the contract brings it to a different level, because can you work with 25 buyers at one time that are all committed to you and you're committed to them?
Absolutely.
Do you think
I
that
don't
you
think
could?
so.
So thinking about how many people can you actually work with? If you have 25 active committed buyers that you have a fiduciary responsibility to, and they all 25 want to go out, Roger, can I take all 25 buyers at one weekend?
Well, I would have to get a bus, wouldn't I? And then
The
I could
bus
maybe
would
tour,
help.
you know, they do that. I think they do that in Hollywood, right? Don't they do a tour of the all the actors and stars' homes?
I did do that tour when I was out there for family reunion. So
I have a question.
sure.
What if you do get a few buyers and they all want to make offers on the same house?
Oh, that's a good question.
Go ahead, Roger.
Well, you have a duty to represent them all equally as a fiduciary. So you're also got what might be a screaming conflict of interest there and an ethical conundrum. And I'd pose to you guys, what do you think you should do?
I mean,
disclose that you have another client who is looking at an offer, but obviously not the specific.
So you broke up a little bit there.
I think he said that you need to disclose to the buyers that you have more than one person interested in a property.
So when do you disclose that?
Purchase and before the purchase and sale agreement.
So put yourself in the situation. This is a good.
First
before you
meeting.
write the offer?
Let's ask the question. Let's make it simple. Let's say there's 2 buyers doing it and you have both buyers, right? One goes and looks at the house and is not interested, but you don't know that yet. And the other one's going to go look at the house and is interested, but you do know that yet. When should you disclose that you're writing 2 offers on that property? You'd wait until both parties are both interested. And do you have an obligation to disclose to them both that you're writing an offer for the other person?
I think so.
You might, right? But what do you owe both of them? Loyalty, confidentiality, fiduciality. So Best said, you don't really have to necessarily tell them anything because it's not their business. Now, having said that, if the listing agent comes back and shares that there's multiple offers in the property, then you could share that to both parties. But it's an ethical conundrum, right? It's kind of a complication. It's a kind of a gray area.
I guess it's hard because if you're purposely, if you're writing 2 of the same offers and you know that one offer is going to be less than the other offer, you still have to write it up because it's still your client.
Absolutely. Yeah. You're going to write them both. But are you going to share it with one client over the other that you're writing another offer in that as well?
But isn't that against our fiduciary responsibilities? I mean, aren't we putting ourselves in a situation where if we're now disclosing that we're writing another offer, that's not allowed either?
So I'm going to jump in. I would typically disclose if I had 2 and offer them to have somebody else write the offer for them. That would be me, because I would find that situation stressful and that, as you say, Roger, ethical conundrum. So I would offer that out. But I will tell you that if you do write it, somebody is going to, they're making the decision, right? Are we making the decision for them on what to offer? Right? We're offering guidance. Like, this is the range. We're doing a market analysis, right? So the fact is, somebody can afford to go, especially in this market, somebody has the cash to maybe beat the other person, right? So at the end of the day, they will not be the exact same offer. They just won't, because somebody has more money to put down. Somebody has a bigger deposit overall, is getting, 20% down versus 5% down. So typically, it is not going to be that you are writing the exact same offer. But again, you have to do what is right for you, for your business, and for your ethical and moral compass. But I always feel like anything disclosed is always the way to go for me.
Right. When in doubt, shout it out. Let them know what's going on. And now they are informed consent. They now understand what's going on. And then you would suggest options. Hey, I can write your offer. I can certainly pass you off to another agent within the office who can write the offer. So that now I'm not privy to that. I mean, it's a great point. It's an awesome question. I love that question, because everybody's got their own compass there, but you've got to do the litmus test of what would the right thing to do here right now. Give up a little money maybe and give somebody a referral might be the right idea.
Well, and again, at the end of the day, only one of them is going to get the house, right? So if you had someone in your office helping write the offer and then one of them doesn't get it, there's, you still continue to work with them. I don't want to get too,
Thank you, guys.
You're welcome. I don't want to get too far off course, but one of the other things about getting the buyer representation agreement, why I said, can you really work with 25 people at a high level? Probably not. Like Roger said, unless you have a bus or you can, really multitask. With low inventory, you could probably take on a few extra buyers, because the fact is there's only like 1 or 2 houses a weekend that come up right now for them to see. That being said, as things start to open up, you can only service people. And it's all about service, isn't it? So what getting a buyer contract does for you, or buyer representation agreement, is help you prioritize. Because if someone's committed to you, they're the ones who go out on the weekend first. The people who don't have the contract with you but want to go see property, they're going to not be in that first top priority, right? Because they're not having the same level of commitment. They might be offered to go to the open house instead. So it helps you prioritize. It gives commitment, not only from the buyer to you, but from you to the buyer. Remember, this is a two-way commitment. So I always want to keep it, it's not just about getting the buyer so they don't go right to the listing agent. That is part of it, yet it is our commitment to them. So it helps us prioritize. Any other thoughts on that before we move forward? All right, awesome. So first of all, we're going to talk about setting the appointment, right? So when we think about setting the appointment, that's the first goal. I'm going to move you guys over here so I can see my thing. So lead generation, right? We talk about this. This is like one of my favorite graphs. So prospecting and marketing. That's what you're doing every day with your daily 10-4. How's everybody doing on their daily 10-4, by the way?
Be honest.
Yeah, unmute. Tell us, is it going well? Are you struggling?
I'm not hitting the targets exactly, but the concepts are extremely useful and giving me a solid objective to shoot for.
Awesome. Would you say that it's 50% for you, Tim, or is it 20%? Like when you think about 10 contacts a day?
Well, it got me to go to my first open house and probably spoke with like 6 people the other day about real estate. So moving towards it.
Awesome. That's awesome. Every day, right? And again, taking that 10 and saying, okay, I'm not hitting 10. Let's just start. I got to make sure I hit at least 5, right? Get the number, master that, and keep moving up. Because I think what I see sometimes, Roger, you tell me if you see this, but sometimes people get overwhelmed with that number and then don't do it at all. Like, I'm not going to make 10 today. I think I'll just go take a walk.
Right.
Does that ever feel that way? Like, oh, I'm going to learn how to use command today because I don't want to talk to 10 people.
Right. Some days you're going to hit a home run and get a lot. Some days you might not get a lot. I've kind of developed a little bit of a strategy in that respect too. Making 10 two-way contacts seems easy on its face, but when you go to do it, it's more of a challenge. Remembering that it's not necessarily 10 phone calls or 10 face-to-faces, it can be also 10 text messages, 10 instant messages in Facebook, 10 emails. And if you load your day up by doing those all first, send 10, 10 and out, and see what you get coming back, and then start attempting to make the phone calls and let that create some momentum, because now somebody might not respond to you today on a text message. They might respond tomorrow, or same with Facebook. They might respond tomorrow. And then you start to accumulate them over the course of a week, as opposed to being so hell-bent to leather to get 10 in one day on a Monday. And you create that momentum going out through the week.
I love that. Great momentum. So everybody keep on track, keep working on prospecting and marketing to get the leads, and make sure you're making the contacts, right? And you're cultivating them, but it all comes down to this bottom right here to get that appointment, right? So setting the appointment, you've cultivated really, you've worked, you've done them on smart plans, you've followed up, and now they're ready to meet with you for that buyer consultation. Now, guess what we do then? We go, woohoo, I got an appointment. That's what we do, right? So everybody should be super excited. You have an appointment. I want you to put yourself in that mindset right now, because you have a buyer who's ready. Hopefully, I'm going to find out more at the buyer consultation. So, got lots of papers happening here. We're going to talk about next is once you're going to set the appointment. How do you do that? So I need a volunteer to role play with me. Who would like to be my victim? No, I'm kidding. My volunteer. Who wants to work with me? You're going to be the buyer. And I'll be the agent.
I will.
Who said I will? Roger?
Bill.
No.
Bill Barbin.
Bill
Bill
Barbin.
Barbin in North Conway.
Hi, Bill. How are you?
Great. How are you?
Good. All right.
Nice to see you again, Lorna.
Nice to see you as well. So we are you called on a property. Okay, Bill. So you gave me a call and I'm answering the phone. This script is on page 13 in the script book.
Oh, you want me to read the script? I thought you were going to script to me.
I'm going to script to you. You're just going to be the buyer. Okay. I'll read the script, but I'm just letting everybody know this is page 13 in the script book. You ready, Bill?
Should I act naturally or should I be reading a script back to you?
No,
like no
there's
one
nothing
does?
for you to say. This is all for me to say. So you
All right, Lorna.
answer off the cuff. Bill, thanks so much for calling on the property at 123 Maple Street. Did you drive by it?
I did drive by it yesterday. It looked pretty good.
It is really good. The property at 123 Maple Street is listed at $249. So let's schedule an appointment to see 123 Maple Street is the perfect home for you. Would you be able to meet today at 4 or Saturday at 10?
Let me think. I got to look at my phone. Clickety click. What did you say? Saturday at 10?
Yeah.
Yep, I could do Saturday at 10.
That'd be great. Let's meet at my office. So, so while you're out, you can review other properties on the multiple listing service that you might be interested in case Maple Street isn't the right one for you. Does that work for you?
Lorna, I was trying to figure out if Saturday at 10 really did work. And what did you say again?
It was either Thursday at 4 or Saturday at 10.
And Saturday at 10 at your office?
Yes.
Okay, that will work.
Awesome. My office is 123 Maple Street. No, that's the address of the house. 123 Main Street in Concord. So feel free to come by at 10 o'clock and if I can get your phone number, because the office is locked on the weekends, and that way you can text me when you're there and I'll come let you in.
Sure, I'm in North Conway at 603-986-0385.
Awesome.
I love referrals.
Awesome, Bill. Thank you so much for calling about Maple Street. I look forward to meeting with you and seeing how we can help you find the perfect home.
Okay, thanks, Lauren. I'll see you Saturday at 10.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you, Bill, for helping.
You're welcome.
So thinking about that script, right? Whether you have a referral that's willing to talk with you or you got somebody calling on a property. So when Bill called on that property, I could have just said, oh, that's 429 or 249 or whatever it was, right? 249. And I could have ended right there. But instead I said, well, let's get you in and let's look at everything. So that way I can get a better sense of what he's looking for, right? Buyer consultation. Right, so I said, yeah, we'll go see that. The other thing is, this is just a side note, that's a safety issue. If Bill calls me out of the blue and says, I want to go meet at a property, is it safe to just meet somebody at a property that you've never met before?
Not if you have your firearm.
No, even with a firearm, I would say no, right? So making sure if for some reason that ever goes down that path that you need to meet somebody and you don't use this script or they're unwilling, do not go alone, right? I know that we talk about safety a lot, and I am a huge proponent of making sure you have a plan when you're going to meet somebody you've never met before. But the best thing to do is meet them at the office. Agreed?
Amen.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Tim, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, we can't stress this enough. We had the disturbing occurrence happen a couple summers ago, and I politely and quietly said to Nathan, I'm glad everyone's okay, and I'm glad it hit close to home because it was just after the girl in Alabama disappeared. I think we get very cavalier, and that will never happen here. I saw that on Dateline. It's not going to happen in New England. I think without fail, the easiest thing to do when you're setting an appointment, if you have those hairs on the back of your neck standing up, that's the universe telling you that he's a creep. And I'll use the male personal pronoun because, yeah. That being said, if I say that I'm meeting you at the property with my wife, Janina, and then you ask me for a copy of, and we back this up at our office, and every office runs differently. I think your leadership would probably fall in line with this thought process. Awesome, Mr. Lindsay. Since we're meeting at the property, could you do me a favor and could you send through a copy of your license and your wife's license? Suddenly my wife's sick. Suddenly she died yesterday and she's not coming anymore, right? Like now you're confirming that I'm a maniac, right? And if I'm anybody worth my salt and I watch the news and read the headlines and I care for others, I would never be offended that Lorna asked me for legal proof that I'm not a maniac, right? So the way to get in front of that is if you're asking for pre-approval or proof of funds, anyone who has had a conversation with another adult about their wherewithal to financially execute the transaction, they've sort of already been scoped, and that will probably help. I think if you do that, and then again, from a safety standpoint, when you're at the property, hopefully not even alone, if you ever feel uncomfortable, we have the code here at our market center that we just text or call or go on the group Facebook page and say, I'm at 123 Main Street. Does anybody have the orange file for that? And normally what we would do is you call somebody at the market center or call the front desk at the market center and say, hey, I'm at 123 Main Street. Do we have the orange file? We know immediately that means this agent feels uncomfortable in the current situation at that address. And there's 700 of us. So it turns into like a SWAT team at that point. And a whole bunch of people sort of show up like, oh, I heard you were in town, and usually it averts, and we don't have to do that often. Just, yes, Lorna can't say this enough. Go in numbers. Take pictures of cars when you're heading in and send it to your spouse or your office. This is the car parked in front of the property. Trust your gut. That weird feeling in your gut is there for a reason. It's your sixth sense, right?
Does that orange, I'm sorry. If we don't feel comfortable going to a property and say it's later in the evening or something, are we allowed to bring our spouse with us?
Absolutely.
If somebody in the office couldn't come or something, it's not like a conflict or anything.
Yeah, they just can't speak to the property. They have to keep their mouth closed about the property.
He knows to keep his mouth closed. No,
Sure.
Sometimes they just sit in the car. Like my fiance will just sit in the car.
Okay.
Like, oh, we're heading to dinner after. I explain it very easily to say, oh, we're heading to dinner after. So he just came along for the ride.
Brilliant.
Okay.
I also have on my phone, if I have had to meet somebody that I don't know, and it's very rare that occurs. I will have him on my phone. He's on mute. They can't hear him, but he can hear the conversation. And usually there's a code word like, all right, all set. And then I'll just shut him off because I, at some point, have that level of comfort, or it stays on the whole time. So, don't park in the driveway that you have to back up, park on the street. So there's a lot of little things. Let people go into a room. Don't you follow, let them go in the room first. So just, again, partner up is the best way. Open houses, same thing. Make sure you are, right now we can't do open houses alone. It's too crazy. So making sure you always have somebody. And it's
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
So there is an application called Forewarn, I believe.
Okay, I don't know that application.
So that gives you like, you can make a ahead of time, like a kind of like a little background check on the customer. So if you ask them to like text you their like a driver license number, and you can plug in it and plug him into this application, you can like do like a little background check on them.
Huh. All right. Well, I do not know about that. I don't, Roger, do you use that?
I don't, but
I'll text on the chat the application. It's $20 a month, but they give you like a little background check on anybody. I think if you put the like first name and last name.
It's also,
Oh, Tammy, you just got muted.
sorry, it's all, that application is also free in some states through the state real estate agency. So Maine, for example, it comes complimentary.
Oh, that's good to know.
I don't believe it does in New Hampshire, but maybe some other states do as well.
All right.
so
May I jump in, Lorna?
Yes.
So I was a deputy sheriff for 15 years, and I go out and this speaks to rural people, rural realtors as well. But, I'm not a small person, and I go fully prepared, situational awareness, and I get in creepy situations. So I can't emphasize enough what we're talking about right now about, taking every safety precaution to make universal precautions. I don't need to look and forewarn to suspect that the person I'm going to meet could be a bad guy. Because there are more bad guys out there than we all like to know, just so you know. But that's my take on it, is universal precautions. Treat everybody like you found out and forewarned that they did something in the past, because forewarned has all the bad ones, all the people that were bad at being bad guys. The best bad guys aren't caught.
Right. That is
Thank
a
you.
good point. So just back to my set the appointment, set it for your office. And right now we're doing a lot of Zoom first, aren't we? So that's the other nice thing about Zoom, is that we can do it this way and do a buyer consultation if need be. I have done all of my buyer consultations since COVID on Zoom. Everything's been on Zoom to start. So that is really helpful. I mean, you get to see both parties. It all works, if there's two, you get to see both parties. So just make sure you're setting the first time you meet somebody at the office. And we're going to move on from there unless anyone else has anything to add. All right, we're going to get ready for that buyer presentation. So one of the things I want to talk about in the buyer presentation is making sure that it's all about the buyer, right? This is about finding out about their wants and needs. It's not about us saying how great we are and how much we're going to help them. It's sharing, finding out about them, finding out their wants and needs. I always explain the process so that way they understand like next steps and what it's going to look like, and getting the contract signed. All right, so creating the presentation. We have a gorgeous presentation in Command. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a second so I can pull it up for you all.
So as you're pulling that up, Lorna, you mentioned the needs assessment in the buyer's presentation. And a lot of times we go into these situations thinking we have to bedazzle them with showing them, like you said, what we can and can't do, what have you, in the process. But the most important part is creating and formulating that connection and fostering the relationship, developing rapport and trust with them by asking them a bunch of open-ended questions about them and showing interest in them and their lives and what's unique to them with respects to a house. How many bedrooms is the obvious, right? But why do you need 3 bedrooms would be a question to follow up. And always remember to follow up with one question, go one more deep or 2 more deep into that and discover what's important about it as well. So if somebody mentions they need a big, large backyard. Oh, that's curious. What is it about a backyard that's so important to you?
Because I have a big, huge dog that needs to run.
Right. Or I just want my kids, to be able to live in a yard because I grew up in a small backyard, and I always wanted a big backyard. So it's more important to delve into what's important to them as opposed to the big picture. Find out what their motivation is, dig down and get deep into that.
Exactly. So
I have a quick question.
Yes.
As far as, just assuming that we're talking about the buyer here, when we're going over this, the pre-approval with their mortgage, is that like, isn't that the first discussion we should have before we even go into discussing properties or anything, making sure that they're pre-approved before you go on any,
So
buyer-
that's a good question, because so that's right up front in the needs assessment. We want to find out if they're qualified, and think of it this way too. We're not only checking in on them to find out what their needs are, we're also qualifying them at the same time. And that's one of the major questions you're going to ask right up front. You're going to ask them questions like, how much are you going to be putting down? What will you be financing? Okay, next step, after we go through this planning process, we're going to go in the preparation process. Now we're going to talk about getting you pre-approved with a mortgage officer. Do you have one? Who do you know? Okay, if you don't have one, we have two I can give you, and you can choose one, or you could choose your own. But yeah, you're right. That's going to be right up front there in the needs assessment phase.
And a lot of times, if you've done the lead sheet, remember the buyer lead sheet? I know we talked about it in another Ignite. If you're utilizing that to get some pre-information before your meeting, that will already have come up, and hopefully you've already sent them some information. So hopefully you're already ahead of that. But like in this instance, when I had Bill coming in to meet me after just a phone call, I would have gone a little deeper probably before I met with him. That was just very short script, but I would have asked that question before I met with them. But if I didn't get that information, it is in the buyer consultation. The buyer consultation, you got to remember, is all about a conversation. This is a nice conversation to build the relationship and let them know you care about them, right? And as well as explaining the process. So everyone knows, did everyone see how I just got to designs? Because I kind of went quickly, but here we're in command. You're going to click on designs. And then you're going to push the little plus button right here. Can everyone see that? All right. We're going to do print. And we're going to do next. And we're going to cross our fingers that Zoom and designs are going to work well together today. Here we go. It's loading the workspace. All right, so notice over here, yay, we got to designs, isn't it? Look at all of the designs. So we click on buyer and then buyer presentation. And while I'm doing this and getting this pulled up, can everybody go to page 6 in your participant guide? So I've got, look at all the choices that we've got right here. I'm going to use this one. And we're going to go through, what we're going to do right now is go through the different parts of the presentation, okay? But I'm not going to go through this whole thing, but one secret that I'm going to share with all of you, because I just learned it, is making sure that you add pages to develop your buyer presentation. So watch, and hopefully I will do this right, but learn is you're going to add pages. So down here, you're going to continue to add pages. So that way you put the whole presentation together. So that's the first step in making your buyer presentation, is just getting the pages that you want to utilize. We're going to pretend that we're using all of them. So you just go page by page, and you'll notice here on the bottom, it's saying 7 of 7. I've got 7 pages in there. And if you don't get distracted like I just did, you make sure you don't have 2 of any page. Just take your time, right? But we're going to go through this not here, but I wanted you to know where to find it. The other secret I'm going to tell you, right, is once you've got your pages, now we're just going to do those 10. Just so I don't take too much time, but making sure you're on your very first page. Does everybody know how to edit on command? I could use somebody responding to me so I know. Do you need me to go through that a little bit, or are you good?
Well, I know yesterday they said you had to hit something first, otherwise it won't save.
Yeah, there's a few pieces. I'm glad. So you guys did go through a little bit of this yesterday, right? So clicking on here, right, to add my logo. It added my logo right in, right? So I click on here, I have my logo over here. Same with pictures. I could do this and add in my picture or add in my logo. So each page can be edited. So if we go back to template and we're looking at this one, just as a side note, say that I'm typing in something. You have to click on it, and then up here is the little typewriter. Can you guys see that at the top? Or is you got, am I blocking you? See right there? And
Yeah.
then that comes up, and then you're putting in name, right? So I'm putting in
Lorna,
Lorna. Yes.
yesterday, I think the person that was doing it said on the left there, when you highlight over, that
Mhm.
you have to hit the plus symbol first, otherwise it doesn't save.
Right, you have to
That little
add the
plus symbol.
pages. See how right here I have all the pages added? So that plus symbol that I was doing at the beginning,
Yep,
that was what I was doing. So I added the pages, and now I'm gonna go back and edit them.
okay.
Okay, and then this way, once you have everything you want and you have it saved, right? File, mine set to auto save, but saving it. And then I can download it as a PDF. So let's pretend that it's all done and I'm doing download, right? And I've got it all edited to the way I want. We're gonna go through each page, but I just wanted to kind of get this part, show you kind of what it would look like. So now it's all in a PDF form. So whether I'm going to use paper or I'm going to do it online, it's all ready to go. Right, all the pages that I wanted. Sound good? Does everybody have any questions about how to just find it and kind of make some changes? We're good. I'm glad you guys talked about it as well yesterday. So you have some seen it a little bit before. So creating the presentation. That needs to be, Ignite's all about foundations, right? You need to have the foundations. So as you're making these calls, guess what happens? Somebody wants to meet with you. And now you're spending hours or however long, depending on how tech savvy you are, creating your presentation. What if you had every page ready, except maybe the specific client name that you could go in and just change that one page? Wouldn't that be awesome?
Yes.
Right. So I'm going to challenge you all. Put it in your time blocking to get your buyer presentation done. Get a template done that you only have to adjust per client. That is going to be the secret to quickly being able to meet with people. Because if I'm talking to Bill and he wants to meet tomorrow and I don't have anything ready, what does my afternoon now look like?
Chaos.
That's right. I'm spending the whole time making my presentation. So I love that my presentation, me personally, has my presentation already done. And so when somebody wants to meet with me, I am ready to go. I go in, I put the buyer's name in, and I am done. I am ready to meet with somebody. That's what you want, is a systematized, efficient business. Does that make sense? Because then you can have lots of buyer consultations and you're not spending time each time redoing something. So that's why I really wanted to make sure we focused on this part.
And should we also take into consideration just to construct one for the selling presentation too, just as a minor template, and we can go back and just add what we need? Because I think that one's a little bit more complicated, right?
The listing one?
Yeah.
It can be, but really the basics of what you're talking about. So in our market center, we had something before Command that we were using that were PowerPoints. And basically went in and basically customized it once. And then there was 1 or 2 pages where we added the seller's name, a picture of the seller's house, etc. Because the marketing consultation or the listing presentation is different from your CMA, right? It is a little easier with the buyer presentation because it really is automated a little bit more. You can use the same one for every single person. Okay. Because you're asking pretty much the same questions, right? We're digging deep with each person we meet with. So any questions about creating, where to find it? All right, we're going to move on. So I would love for you, are you all on page 6 in the buyer presentation? All right, so notice, well, actually, you're not there yet, but we'll get there. The table of contents, right? It's just talking about what they're going to find in their buyer presentation. You can edit any of this. So if this is something that you don't have a glossary of terms or you don't have anything, you are welcome to edit it. But it lets people know what you're going to talk about, what it looks like. And guess where you should spend in this table of contents, or this, yeah, table of contents, where would you be spending most of the discussion?
Preferences on neighborhood.
Exactly, about them, right? So I don't even talk about the page that has my bio. I just, I mention a few things in my, value proposition, but at the end of the day, it's all about them, right? So making sure that you customize this, keep it the way it is, and then you will find that you're going to want to go back and look at this every 6 months or so as you grow, as you change, as your business changes. You'll add and delete things as you go along, which again is why it's nice to have it in editable form. So here we are on page 6, right? So you should all have this in your participant guide. Are you all here? Because I find it was a little easier to read this than read the screen. So making sure, we'll put this on this, you guys on the side, is talking about their needs coming first, right? This is what it is all about. So what do you think the objective is of this page?
To find out what your buyers are looking for, what's driving them to purchase a home and everything they want that comes with it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
To get them visualizing so they can speak to you about what's important to them.
I like that, visualizing, right? And notice again, why is that important to you at the very bottom? I'm pointing to the screen, you guys can't see my finger pointing, but what is that? Why is that important to you? And then if we could add one more thing to make this process even better, why, ask them that question, and then why is that important? Does that make sense? So if I sit and have just a conversation, so Roger and I are meeting and I'm asking him these questions, but I never take one note and then we work together, but I don't remember anything he said the very first day. Is that possible?
Yes.
When you are my age, it is possible. I could forget things, right? So the fact is this, notebook in hand, every single time you should have a notebook, whether you're doing Zoom or you're meeting with them in person, and letting them know, I'm going to take notes while we're talking. Is that okay? I want to make sure that we cover everything. Does that make sense?
Lauren, it also demonstrates to them visually that you're actually listening to them, making note of what they're saying, and you're demonstrating to them it's also important what they're saying, even if it doesn't sound important to them. They might think it's innocuous, but you're demonstrating that you are important to me. I'm listening, I'm asking questions, and I'm taking the time to write it down. And that's just worth its weight in gold right there.
Exactly, Roger. Exactly. So making sure that you, you're going to spend a lot of time here working on this piece of it. Making sure you're talking to them in deep conversation.
Lorna, you want to do a little role play with it?
Sure, Roger.
All right. Go ahead. You be the client and I'll be the agent.
All right, go to it.
So Lorna, you say you want to buy a home today.
I definitely am ready to buy a home today.
All right. Well, that's awesome. I'm excited for you. So listen, I got a few questions. I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions if you don't mind, and just to kind of get a sense of what you're looking for, what your expectations are. And we're gonna go from there. How's that sound?
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Roger.
You're welcome. My pleasure. So Lorna, what's the most important thing to you here with respects to buying a house? What do you visualize when you think about your new home that you want to buy?
The most important thing is that I find a property or home in Southborough and Northborough. I need to be in the school system
So Southborough and Northborough, tell me why that's important to you.
because I have kids in the school system. I have 2 years left of a high schooler, and so I need to stay in the area for at least 2 years.
Okay, so that's interesting. So it's important to you to make sure that these kids stay in the same school and keep in connection with all their friends and things of that nature?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. What else is it about that that's so important to you?
It's, I've lived in the community since 98, so it would be really good to just stay. I mean, I have friends here as well, and
Right.
and my fiance works in the town, so
Okay, so he's a local guy too as well?
yes, yep, he
Awesome.
works at the
That's
Northborough
cool.
Fire Department.
Well, some towns, nobody ever wants to leave, right? So that's a good feature for that town. So Lorna, short of the town, what else do you need in the home? What would be important? You mentioned you had kids, so I would think bedrooms might be important. And
Yeah.
your fiance works in town. Does he need space in the house? What would that part of the house look like?
So we do need 4 bedrooms because we have 1 with us and 2 in college. So we need bedrooms for them to come home to, at least for now.
Yeah, they always come back, don't they? You can't
They
get rid of them.
do.
So they're in college, the 2 of them. So you've got 2 at home. So if we weren't able to find a 4-bedroom house, would a 3-bedroom house work for you if we could make some space down in the basement?
Yeah, as long as there's a place to put like a pull-out couch or something, because honestly, one of them has an apartment. I don't expect them to really need the room anymore, but need space for holidays.
Yeah. Okay. So we've covered bedrooms, and bathrooms, I guess, would be important.
Oh yeah, we need at least 2.
You need at least 2.
Yes, teenage girls. So we want, we want our own bathroom and let them have theirs.
Yeah. Why is it important to have 2 bathrooms?
Do you have teenage girls, Roger?
Uh, enough said right there, my friend. I get it. Yeah, that's cool. Well, listen, I can't argue with that. I get that. Back in the day when we used to grow up, we'd have, families of 7 girls and they'd make it with 1 bathroom, but not in today's society, right?
No, it's a lot different nowadays. That's for sure.
Yeah. So tell me about the yard. What would the yard be to you? How important would that be as far as yard?
Well, yeah, I will tell you honestly, I could care less about yard. I want enough space to have a fire pit and,
Okay.
have a few people over. My fiance, on the other hand, loves gardening. So I do need a place that he can garden, he has like raised beds and he has a compost pile and he's totally into that stuff. So
So he's going to
half acre would be good.
Yeah, he's going to be responsible for the yard. So you mentioned he likes the garden. I mean, how big of a garden is this? More or less just tomatoes. What would the size?
We have tomatoes. We have, I don't know, garlic. We have
Yeah.
scallions. We have, he has 2 big raised beds, wooden beds that we would be moving, as well as doing some on pots on the deck.
Right. So you mentioned your fiance. So I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, he's going to be involved in the sale as well?
He is.
He is. Okay. So we're going to have to get in front of him as well to kind of get his thoughts and feelings here too, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, that sounds great. That sounds like a plan. Is there anything else that would be important to you in the home? I mean, we haven't discussed the garage.
Garage would be nice, but it's not necessary. I know from growing up that all the garage does is collect junk. No cars ever go in it. So I don't really care about
Not a
that.
priority. Okay.
But I do definitely need a basement and some storage in that basement. So if there's no garage for all that stuff, we do need a partially unfinished basement to have storage.
Partially. So storage is important. So you have a lot of stuff?
Maybe.
Okay. Well, fair enough. Fair enough. We all do. We accumulate over time.
Yeah, and
So-
kitchen's important. That's the only other part. I like kitchens because we like to cook.
Well, ironically, I assumed, the kitchen. Now, when you say kitchen and you like to cook, are we looking for, a chef style kitchen or just something that's functional for you because we can get crazy on kitchens, as we know.
I
Right?
know. Well, based on my pre-approval and kind of what I've looked at online, I figure that it's not going to be a chef's kitchen, which would be a dream come true someday. But right now, probably it would just be, functional eating kitchen, maybe an island or a peninsula so people can hang out. We like to entertain. So it doesn't have
Okay.
to be enormous, but it does have to definitely be functional, good counter space.
Okay. So you mentioned budget there, and we'll get into that. Have you been pre-approved yet?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so you're all set in that respect. You mentioned budget, and pre-approvals mean one thing, but budgets can be a little different. So if you're pre-approved, what amount were you pre-approved for?
So we were pre-approved up to 7, but we only want to spend like 450. This is not a long-term house, and we don't really need a big space. Like I said, two kids are out. We have only one left, so we don't need a ton of space. And we'd rather save it for the other side when we go to retirement.
Okay, so this is my last question, just for expedience here for this demonstration. So Lorna, you mentioned 450 in today's market. What's your understanding of what's going on in the market today?
Well, it seems like it's not a lot of things that are on. I mean, my updates that I get, on Zillow are not, there's nothing coming on.
Right. So with respects to $450,000, if we can't find something for 450 that's going to be your liking, is there any flexibility there to move that up, or flexibility in your expectations, which you might, buying something that needs a little work?
I think that we'd have to kind of get out and start seeing things before I really can tell you that. I mean, we definitely could go up a little bit, obviously, with the pre-approval.
Right. Because I see your pre-approvals for 700, as you mentioned.
Right.
Yeah. So I just want to set your expectations so you don't get discouraged out there. In today's market, the inventory is really, really tight, and there's a lot of competition, as you may or may not realize. So we may need to discuss and revisit that 450 number just based on my experience, but we'll move at your pace and allow you the opportunity to kind of make that your own evaluation. But think of me as your guide here and your coach, and I just want you to understand, please feel free to ask any questions with respects to what we're looking for and what we're looking at moving forward. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you, Roger.
You're very welcome. All right, Lorna, I'm excited to get started with you. And, I've got some notes here that I took, and if anything should change or you have any thoughts or questions, feel free, because the more you participate here and the more questions you ask, the more I can learn. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Out of role play.
That was awesome. Thank you, Roger.
That was good.
Hey, guys.
Can I ask a
Yes.
question?
Yeah.
So this was a over the phone consultation. So like on 101 consultation, when they come into the office, it's gonna be a different conversation. So like, how do you go about the people like paying over the asking price for when there is a lot of bids, on the same property, and also people are waiving the inspection, to get the seller accept the offer.
So that actually wasn't in person, more, right, Roger? You were doing it in person. This wasn't.
Oh, yeah. So a phone call and an in-person, in my opinion, is going to be pretty much very similar. In-person is way more effective because you can actually read body English, obviously. And I mean, over the phone, you can hear tone. And, I would prefer to be in person with a buyer's consultation. And that was the needs assessment demonstration, kind of that upfront conversation. And you're probably going to spend 70% of your time right there. If you think of this, it's an interview and it's going back and forth. Getting to your question, you're talking more about negotiations, and that'll come up later on. But negotiations are just strategies in objection handling. So there's always an objection to price if they don't want to pay too much and they want to feel like they pay too much. That's another needs assessment consultation, right? You're going to go right into that using what you learned up front. And if you can notice, I already touched upon it a little bit by talking about what's your understanding of what's going on in the market. I started to set the table for them right there. When you get into that conversation, as you're doing showings, you're going to, as a professional, and they're looking around and they're getting discouraged because they're losing out on offers and things of that nature, you're going to be counseling. You're going to bring those conversations to the forefront of that conversation and let them know, hey, listen, in these situations, there are people out there foregoing home inspections to get their offers to the front of the table or the front of the line. What do you think about that? How do you feel about that? And take their temperature on it. And then you're going to guide them. You're not necessarily making that recommendation. You're giving them and allowing them to make their choice and giving them options. So, and then the same with appraisals. That's happening with appraisals. People are waiving appraisals in this market. They're giving aggregate numbers saying if the appraisal comes in $25,000 light, I will make up the difference as the buyer. And those buyers are putting themselves at the head of the line, and they're winning most of the negotiations. So setting that expectation with the criteria that you learn in the needs assessment, which is so important. That's why you're taking notes. The reason I'm taking notes, I'm strategizing already because I'm anticipating the problems moving forward. And then I'm going to inform them, because if I try to shove that down their throat right in the beginning, it's going to get lost in the shuffle. So you're always constantly doing needs assessment throughout the whole process. Does that make sense to you? And did that answer your question?
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
I have a question regarding FHA approved loans. I'm noticing, and correct me if I'm wrong, that these buyers tend to be lost in this market right now. And for some reason, their offers are not considered, ahead of the line. How can we overcome this for the buyer? And how can we go around the fact that they don't have 25,000 to put down? They're relying on the assistance from the FHA loan. Any ideas?
Well, I mean, you got to remember, it's not just about down payment and price. It's also about the other parts of the offer, the terms, right? So thinking about, maybe they have the flexibility for closing because the seller hasn't found something yet, right? Or they're willing to allow the seller to stay in the property with a use and occupancy for 60 days after the closing. So there's a lot of strategies that people are using. By calling the listing agent and finding out what's important to the seller, you're going to get a better handle on how to position your offer.
Okay, thank you.
Lorna, you mentioned something real critical right there too. Don't be afraid to call that listing agent and just ask them point blank, what's most important to your seller in this situation? And of course, everybody's going to say price, right? But it's not always price. And you just use and occupancy. And I was able to get somebody in. Now, granted, she had good price, good terms as well. And she was willing to use and occupancy in that, and let the seller stay there for another 30 days or 45 days after she buys the house. And now my buyer owns that house. And then there's a rent back that they're paying back to the buyer to give them 60 days. But there is a drop dead date, that they have to be out by June 15th, whether or not they find a house or not, they have to go out and rent something.
So there's a couple things to keep in mind. We've been talking a lot about this in our morning huddles as well. And thinking about, we had an attorney who said use and occupancy over using the term rent back is better because that way you're not creating a tenancy. It depends on the state. So you guys should all talk to attorneys or your market center broker to get the details on something like that. The other piece is checking with your lender, because a lot of times if they don't move in within that 60 days, it's then considered an investment property. So you do need to just work with your trusted vendor partners to make sure you're positioning it correctly and not just going in gung-ho to win and then finding out it actually isn't going to work.
Right. I have a question. Due to COVID, are you still doing a lot of in-person? I would imagine that there's some resistance to that or not.
Back, at least in Massachusetts, which probably out of the 5 states was hit pretty hard compared to some of the other states here. And we were, one town shut down totally for a couple, like 2 weeks or 3 weeks. No open houses, no in-person showings, that was it. Everybody else has allowed that. What we're doing in our market center is encouraging, instead of open houses, to just do showings that are scheduled half hour apart with COVID things in place. Some buyers will ask for a video tour. So you as the agent are just taking your phone and walking around and showing the property. This is a great question, David, because that can help overcome objections for people who are nervous to go out, right?
Well,
You can do everything via video.
I'm sorry, I was more referring to the buyer's presentation you just did. Instead of going in person, doing a Zoom or a GoToMeeting, do you find that that's on the uptick or not? It's still in person most.
I think it's more at Zoom. Like I would say 80% of the people in our office are doing it on Zoom.
Okay. So you can still get a reading of the body language in that, or kind of.
Right. You can read their facial features and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Always think about it. Check the temperature of the client in your temperature. I mean, if I don't mean literal temperature, ask them what they're comfortable with.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's ironic, but right. I didn't mean it necessarily that way, but ask them what they're comfortable with and ask yourself what you're comfortable with. And obviously wearing a mask, social distancing, if you're face-to-face, goes without saying. But if that's awkward and uncomfortable, then suggest, or we can certainly do this over Zoom face-to-face in that respect,
And honestly, for a lot of, people are doing it at night, maybe, or during the day while they're at home working.
Right.
So making sure Zoom sometimes is easier for them than commuting to an office. And, when I used to meet people out of area, meaning not where my office is, I'd meet in a coffee shop. Or I can't do that right now, really, right? So Zoom really has been a gift. It has been the gift of COVID. That's what I'll tell you for real estate agents, to be able to continue to do business and meet with people. I don't think a phone call and a buyer consultation should go together. It should be Zoom or in person, in my opinion.
You're right. The phone call is more for setting that appointment. You're not starting to some people start presenting in their phone calls, and it's like, that's a mistake. Get their information, talk to them how important it is that we get together and go over the process, because there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of detail that I can't touch here on a phone call. And I'd be doing a disservice to you if I tried to do that over the phone. So we have two options. One would be face-to-face, depending on your comfort level. And the other would be certainly, we could do it over Zoom, where I could show you the presentation. I could share my screen with you. And, we can have a conversation that way. Which one works best for you? And you're giving them at least an option.
I have a quick question, guys.
Yeah.
Just going off of Lorna, your conversation with Roger, this might be jumping ahead a little bit, but with strategy and negotiations, in that conversation, can you discuss the idea, if you're going into a market where you might get into a bidding war, that if you're pre-approved for 7, but you're looking for something at 450, when you're going into that negotiation, you show you agree that you can show the seller that you were approved for 700, that, kind of showing like buying power.
All right, so I'm going to tackle this one first, Roger, because this
Go
is
for it,
always,
yeah, 'cause
I
everybody's
think
got
you could
opinions,
ask
yeah.
20 agents and you're going to get 20 different
Yep,
answers
I've
on
heard
this. So some agents will say, oh no, I don't want to show my hand. I just want the amount of the offer. So a lot of times I'll get offers from people and it will be the exact amount. And my question is always, as a listing agent, can they go higher? Right? And oh yeah, they can go higher. And then we get to an agreement and I have to wait for the pre-approval and all of that. Especially in this market, I think it's smart to show their buying power. Now that was obviously I used kind of exaggerated price range. Most people who can afford 7 don't look at 450 typically, right? But thinking about showing that buying power, that certainly would give some power to the offer, that these guys can go up. A lot of people don't like to show their cards. I actually am like, go for it. That again is a big discrepancy, but I might say, let's get a pre-approval that says 500 or 550. So that way that they see that it's easy. The other thing that I would say on when I said to Roger 700 but 450, I probably would throw in the question, I did say I elaborated why I wanted that, but why is that monthly payment important? Like I could have gone into like, oh, we're saving for retirement, which I again mentioned, but you could dig a little deeper to see why that price point is important. Because maybe I'm never going above 450.
Yeah, and keep in mind, guys, we're giving you the appended or the short version of that needs assessment. That conversation can last for an hour just right there if you wanted to, or more, depending on how, their situation can be more complicated. Some people are as simple as, yeah, I just want to spend $450 and that's great. That's what I can afford. That's my budget. And it might move quickly too. So every conversation is always going to be different.
So I understand, Roger, if I can, that you ask what they're pre-approved for. So the strategy that you use, if they're approved for 450, do you actually go out and start looking for houses for 450 in this market because you're going to get slammed with offers that are above that? So
right,
a strategy of finding out what they're pre-approved for and then looking and getting them comfortable with looking for something a little less than that because they may have to move up to that. Is that what you do now?
Yes. So it sounds counterintuitive, right? Now, back in the day, and markets do shift, right? Back in the day, we used to counsel people, yeah, let's go in. We're kind of going to try and get the offer, the price down because that was the market of the day. Today's market, we're actually telling people, listen, you're going to feel like you're overpaying for a house. And in some cases you are because there's other buyers that are willing to do that. And I just have to be honest with you. That's what's going on. And it's going to feel uncomfortable. Having said that, what's more important to you here? Is saving yourself $10,000 more important to you? Tell me more about that. Why is that important? Going into your point, which is a great point in this market, right? If I'm approved to spend 500 and my budget's 450 in this case, let's use that argument. That's as high as I want to go. I have to coach and counsel them to say, so we shouldn't be looking at 450 priced houses. We should be looking at 425 being our max because we're going to have to compete. Goes without saying, there's going to be several, if not dozens of offers on some of these homes in this price range. Now go up to that 700 price range, might be a little different conversation, right? But still the same. So it's going to benefit us. And tell me why you think it would be beneficial to tell them why it's beneficial to show that I have the power and the clout to bid here. And that listing agent's going to see that and they're going to lean towards me. And at least we're in the conversation now. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the buyer's going to make the choice and a decision. What's this house worth to you? 450? It's priced at 425. And if it's worth 450 to them, then so be it. It's worth 450 to them. And that's the market doing it, not the players, so does that make sense to you guys? Or did that answer your question?
Yeah, I got a couple questions.
Go ahead.
The first one is leading into what you were just saying. How fast do you get in that conversation? If you have a buyer that's like, I really want to buy a house soon, do you get into that conversation right away about, listen, this is what you're going to have to do to be able to buy, and you need to listen to what I'm saying, otherwise you don't have a chance? Do you get right into that with them?
All right, listen to what you said, right? And how did that sound? That sounded real like, hey, bah, 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 right? Yeah, you're going to get into that conversation, but you're going to be a little softer, a little more subtle with your language, because we have to be careful because they don't know. We do. We're doing this every day. And that's why I asked the question, what is your understanding and expectation of what's going on in the market? I'm taking their temperature right there.
Mm-hmm.
If they're real naive, I will use some soft language to say, let me explain to you what's going on in today's market. And then I'm going to start listing things. People are overpaying. Here's the proof. Here's 3 comps right here that show you that they all paid $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 over list price. And I'm demonstrating it to them. So don't just say it, let's show them too, right?
Data. Right,
Okay.
Roger? Data.
My other question was, the next time you guys do a role play, could you maybe do like a husband and wife with Bill and Lorna?
Sure.
That way you can see how that flow goes when people are like disagreeing,
Oh, I see what you're saying. The husband, right. Good point. Because they're not on the same page, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Lorna, you want to do that with me?
Let's get to the next page and then we can do that in a little bit. How about that?
Okay.
All
Can I
right.
ask a question about the elephant in the room?
What's that?
The elephant in the room to me is that appraisal issue. We're at that scenario you gave. At what point do you explain to them too that the appraisal is going to come in at 4, even though they're asking 425 and you're going to offer 450. Your bank's probably going to need you to come up with 25 to 50 grand to make that gap.
Right. Remember what we said. We gave you the shortened version. That should all be discussed right up front in that needs assessment phase, right in here. But that's setting expectation and bringing them up to speed.
Do you mind if I piggyback on this?
I guess where it's incongruent for me is that it seems like it's part of my pre-qualifying this buyer as well. And they're falling short of wanting me to go out the door with them right now, based on what we're talking about.
Yeah.
It's possible, and that's when you get the buyer consultation, you might actually find out they're actually not ready to buy. Like I'm telling him, like I'm ready to buy now, yet as I ask questions and find out, like this might not be the market for them.
Right.
The other thing is now I find out like they don't want it. Like I've had a few buyers say to me, I'm not going to be in a bidding war. And then of course they're in the bidding war. So that's a whole nother story. But then some of them, we've gone off market, looking at new construction, looking at things that don't have the same competitive situation.
Right.
So, I think we're way, like all of us talking about all of this are way ahead of where we are in the consultation right now. We're just getting to know them, right? And starting. We haven't even gotten to where the process is and like how the process is going to work, which is more where we're going to get into how this works, right? Get all the information, understand their personality. Are they risk takers? Are they not risk takers? All of those things are going to come into play, but it all starts here. And this is where we have to be quiet. We have to ask the question and then let them talk. And it's really hard for us high eyes when we want to keep going, right? We want to ask questions. Tell me something else. Yet we've got to step back. Same with high Ds. High Ds, you just want to go, Eric, on to the next question, on to the next question. Slow down, dig deeper. This is a half hour, my buyer consultations are 45 minutes to like an hour and 15 minutes, depending on the client. So you got to allow time to get to know them, explain the process, and just, keep it in even flow, right? And then you're going to know, maybe they're not A buyers now. Maybe they're B or C buyers. They might not be ready. They might, what if they're not pre-approved? They're going to get that done before you're going to go take them to look at a house, right? So sometimes you're starting really at the beginning with people, and sometimes they've already been searching, they're really well informed, they've done it before, and your buyer consultation's going quicker because they just bought a house 3 years ago and deciding to look again. Does that make sense?
Yep.
All right.
Yes, pre-approved, but not qualified, I guess, is where I stumble. How do you, that conversation of, no, you're out of luck right now.
Well, I think that our job is to be solution-based. Right. And so thinking about, if somebody, my office is in Concord and Lexington, so high price point, right? And I have people who call me and say, I want to buy in Concord at $650. That's a tear down, right? But I don't say that to them, right? I say, tell me more about that. Why isn't Concord important? Well, you know what? We work at Hanscom. We want to be close. Okay, what else? What else made you like Concord? Well, whatever. They liked it as a cute downtown. Well, let me tell you a little bit about Westford or Chelmsford or Billerica, like things that are around that area that maybe lead them to another path because again, they don't know what they don't know. Right. So the more that we ask questions and we again, it's so easy. Sometimes you do want, I'm going to be honest with you. You're like, oh, this person's not buying at Concord, but you're never saying that because then you're shutting down the relationship. Right. And you're not able to move them forward. And the fact is, you want to fill your pipeline. So we want lots of A buyers, but you need the Bs to keep moving forward, right? If you only have all A buyers, they all buy. I've had this happen to people. And then they say, I have no more buyers in the pipeline, right? So you need to fill that pipeline with every type of buyer. And that's why the buyer consultation builds the relationship. And then the touch systems keep them moving forward with you.
Can I ask a question?
Yep. Sure.
So if So if they like on the consultation, if they don't want to like sign the agreement, the buyer's agreement, how can you explain them like what's the difference? Like if they don't sign it, they're customers, but if they become a client, what are the service would you say that you will provide them that benefits them if they do sign the buyer's agreement?
I love that question. Would you mind if we put that kind of like, put a pin in that until we get further into
Okay.
today? Because we have a whole section about signing the buyer agreement.
All right. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, guys. All right. I'm going to move us along because I know it's getting close to break time. Is everybody okay moving forward?
Yep, it's 10:15.
Yep. So I know we got a few things to do. So this page, which you have on page 6, talks about their dream home, right? But that's just the touching point. And Roger and I actually already jumped to getting through what they're looking for, their preferences, their home wish list. So their preferences here, right? This is again, building the relationship, right? Who's going to be the main contact, right? Or are we texting both of you when a new property comes on? What's the favorite way to receive, information? What's the best time to reach you, right? So again, building the relationship is so important for you guys to make sure. So building the preference profile for your client. And again, Roger and I did the short version, but these pieces are so important.
Once we have that information, we obviously are we still attaching that to the buyer presentation when we give it to them?
So this is for that, like I will send this to them after, but literally I'm writing notes. So I don't need this piece of paper. Because as we're talking and they say to me, what's the best time to reach you? I'm writing that down. Like, oh, we're good before 8 and after 4, maybe at lunchtime, and so I'm writing that down. This is just talking points. So think about if you've ever done a presentation, right, for anybody, you're not putting all of your stuff on here. They're bullet talking points. And that's really what this is about because it's meant to be a conversation. Does that make sense?
So this might be helpful, Lorna. So guys, when you're new and you've never done this before, certainly practice makes perfect, right? So you should be reviewing this stuff. And if you need to use this page to keep you on track, there's a little system there. If you follow it and just keep doing it over and over, it gets repetitive. And over time doing it, you might just pull this page out and read it and just ask them several of the questions and see where the conversation goes. Use it as a prompt, and just kind of follow it. And over time, then you'll be able to come up with these questions. It'll just roll off your head because you'll know them. But in the beginning, you might use this page and over again until you get comfortable with it and just read the questions to them. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's just like a script.
Yep.
Right. And the script
exactly
at the
what it is.
beginning, right? It's a script. It's just longer than a 5-minute conversation. So thank you for that, Roger. I think that's important to understand.
Right.
Your home wish list. So this is kind of where Roger and I kind of started, right? Was what are some important things? Year built, what are non-negotiables? So I want you to think about, we already did the role model on it, but on page 9 on your participant guide, I want you to think about the first 4 questions that are on page 10. So which is this page right here. Is everybody with me?
Yep.
All right. So thinking about what I want you to do is we are going to stop sharing. We are going to take these questions on page 10 and we're going to role play with each other. So you're going to do a little mini practice with the wish list. How's that sound?
Good. So we're going to go in breakout rooms in a minute.
We're going into breakout rooms, everybody.
All right. Should we take a little break at this point first and come back, or you want to do the breakout room? And
I
then
was thinking doing the breakout rooms, doing ahas, and then we'll take a break. How does that sound for everybody? Everybody can make it 10 more minutes?
Perfect.
All right.
Yes.
So we'll probably do breakout rooms for like 7 to 10 minutes, and then I'll call you all back. Is that okay?
Okay. Little coaching in the breakout room. Be prepared. Get your list ready, and just one person's going to be the buyer and one person's going to be the agent, obviously, and then just switch. But just only go through 4 questions. It's practice. We're just trying to get you to practice it.
Exactly. All right, I am going to create, there should be 2 people in each room. So you guys ready? And if you, I'll pay attention. If nobody's in your room, I'll try to move you around if necessary. But
And give it about a minute. Sometimes it takes a little time for this thing to sort everybody and throw everybody in.
exactly. So don't say, come right back and say, nobody's in my room. The other thing I will tell you, this type of practice is what is going to increase your skill set.
Right.
So
I'll be in a room. Trisha's going to be in a room.
and I'll be here
Tim's
making
still
sure
here,
you guys are all in
Barry's still here.
rooms.
You might get a coach. So if you get a coach, you just take the position of you're going to be the agent.
All right, everyone got page 10 with those first 4 questions ready to go?
Let's go.
Why don't you have that? I saw somebody shaking their head no. Do you need us to put the participant guide back in the chat?
Yes, please.
Trisha, can you get from that, like cut and paste it again one more time?
You might have to scroll up the chat to find it all the way to the beginning.
Right at the beginning.
The page 10 has the wish list, right?
Who has the wish list?
He's at page 10. That's correct.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
All right. Trisha, you ready? She just shared the file in the chat, so grab it before I break you all out.
All right, go ahead and break it. They can be working on that. Let's see.
Have fun, everyone.
Don't forget to answer it. Yeah.
Regina, did you not get a room? Brian and Regina, you guys are both in the same room. You're both supposed to be in breakout room 1.
I went to it, but there was no one there. And then I tried to pull the consultation from the chat, but when I got switched over, I couldn't open it. So
I had the same problem. That's what I'm trying to figure out here. Is I'm trying to pull up that the consultation. It canceled it out.
It's not there anymore.
Lorna, I got thrown into a room with nobody too.
Okay. So
There's
first
only
things first is the consultation. So you guys should, there we go. Let's see. Ignite Google Drive folder, all materials. No, I don't want to do that.
How many?
I'm putting it back in there for you. All right, back in the chat is the Google Sheet, which should have all the folders in it. And then you guys can join breakout room 1.
Why isn't this going?
Roger, what room were you in before?
Oh, I didn't pay attention. I don't know. You can just throw me in any room. It doesn't matter.
I know, I just have to find you where you were before. That's usually
Oh, God bless you for being able to do this. Yeah.
I've done it a few times. All right, so I'm gonna put you in breakout room 14 once I find you because nobody's in there. There you go, Roger.
There
Try
you
that.
go. Thank you.
All right, can you guys get back to your room or do I need to put you in another room? Regina and Brian.
I don't think I have the option to go back.
All right, I'm gonna put you in a new room.
Okay.
And Brian, I gave you a new room.
Thank you.
You're welcome, good luck.
Lorna, I kicked myself out of my own room.
Andrew,
I
what
was
room were
trying.
you
I was
in?
trying. I was trying to download the slide with the thingies, and I end up hitting the kind of like the ignore button. So I actually didn't get into the room.
All right, what room was it?
I have no idea.
All right, I'm gonna put you in room 12.
Okay.
Here you go.
All right. It's through right now. Thank you.
Drew, what room were you in?
I was in 8, and then there was nobody there, and then I figured I'd jump back and see what you guys were
I'm
doing.
gonna put you in room 12.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, everybody, a couple more minutes. Everyone's coming back. Gets lonely here all by myself. I can't wait to hear how it went.
really well. We were hoping, we were praying that we did the correct 4 questions.
It is okay. You know what? The fact that you're practicing any questions are good, but literally on page 10, there's the 4 questions, or at least gets you started on
To
some of the
begin,
questions.
we hope that we did the right ones. We had a great time. It was very fun.
That's all that matters, right? You gotta have fun while you're doing this. I hope you're not taking it all too seriously.
No, not at all.
All right,
Well,
I think we started to get most people back. I'd love to
told-
hear how it went.
I told my buyer that he has no business being in the market. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't say that.
I knew you were kidding. So could you kind of start to get a sense of how to go, not just ask one question, but go a little deeper on each of the questions?
Yeah, yeah.
Feels good to be in it, right?
Yeah, it was good that we stayed with the conversation type. He did a good job in keeping the conversation going, and when I went off target a little bit, he was able to comfortably bring me back in. So, yeah, it was good.
Love that.
Roger, you're on mute. I'm sure your pearls of wisdom, but
That's when the gold comes out of my mouth, is when I'm on mute, just saying. So when you mentioned that you'd get off target, were you being the agent getting off target?
no, I was the buyer.
Yeah.
And I
So that's a
purposely
that's a
did
good
that.
point. So when we're practicing, guys, when you're practicing and being the client, it's your first time, guys. Don't make it difficult for the person doing the practice. Just give them the yeses. Oh, okay. Give them short, brief answers just for expedience. It's not about stumping them. It's about allowing them to read through the script, read over the script, and practice. Don't be difficult, especially in the beginning. Don't get into objections in the beginning. Just do the script as it says it, as it's read there, and go slow.
All right, everybody. Any ahas from doing that?
You can see how adding follow-on questions allows you to go a little deeper. Why is that important to you? Which is something that I've picked up watching you guys role play. So you can start to internalize that and use it yourself.
Now, what is it about that's going on there? You get comfortable, right? And you start feeling like, wow, this is kind of cool. I'm asking these probing questions and they're responding. And when they're responding, we're connecting.
Exactly.
And that's what you're doing. It's not to bedazzle them. It's not to show them how smart you are, because we don't have all the answers. I can't possibly have the answers for you if I don't ask you a bunch of questions, because I can't read your mind, right?
I thought oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on you.
Yeah, no, great, good point. And they don't know. So that's our performance, so to speak, is to know some questions. And you don't have to have 1,000. Sometimes the 5 top are the best. And then the probing follow-up 3 questions, oh, tell me more about that. Why is that important? And you watch their eyes light up like, my God, this guy or girl cares about me and what I have to say. That's the key. That's the connection. But go ahead, you had something to say.
Just how amazing the question of why is that important to you? I mean, it applies all the time. It's so simple, but you get so much more information.
Right. And switch why and what. Don't be why, because then you sound like a 2-year-old. Why, mommy, right? Say, hey, what is it about that that's important to you? Couple extra words in there makes a world of difference than short little blurbs. It shows and demonstrates to that person on the other end receiving that you genuinely, authentically care what's important to them. And that's the most important thing to demonstrate, in my opinion.
I agree.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Like I'm working with 2 buyers right now that are going through the approval process. And when I was speaking to my partner Dave here, the interpersonal connection for a face-to-face, even whether it's in person or on Zoom, I think it's imperative because we're all human beings here. We're trying to help each other on both ends of the spectrum. As the agent, you're trying to help. As a customer, you're trying to help the agent to ensure that they have everything that they need to assist you.
Right.
But having that face-to-face, that eye contact, is strong. You find out that, hey, listen, this is not just a business relationship; it's an interpersonal relationship, and that we're all human beings. And in one way or another, we're going to connect and have things in common. You know, like I found out about Dave just speaking to him for 2 minutes that we have several things in common, you know, just as people. And I think that once you can hit that, it makes that conversation a lot smoother and a lot easier to maintain.
Becomes natural.
Correct.
Right. So Lorna, it's 10:30. We'll take a little break here, but if anybody wants to hang out and continue the conversation, it's awesome. I'll stick right here.
All right, so let's say it's 10:35, Roger. So 10:45, we'll be back. Get yourself a snack. Don't get off Zoom. Just mute yourself and put your screen off.
Yeah, definitely mute yourself because we don't want to hear the toilets flushing.
All right, thank you, Roger. I'm going to run out, and then if you need to run out, we'll switch off.
Yep, and I'll stay right here if anybody wants to chat.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can we also repost the participant guide? Some of us are still.
Yes, I'll repost it.
Perfect, thank you.
Hi, Roger.
Yeah.
Nicole,
Hi, Nicole.
can we script practice a little scenario? Because I have a prospective buyer that,
Okay.
yes, but she's gonna have some objections.
No.
to a meeting.
Okay, so what are the objections?
That she has appointments already set up with new developments that evidently already have listing agents there.
Okay,
So trying to convince her that she needs her own buyer's agent.
okay.
So if
So
if I could be her, and
I'll be the agent?
yeah, that would be awesome.
Okay, so that's cool. First question I have for you, Nicole. You say you stopped by the property and met the listing agent?
Yes,
Okay, how'd that conversation go?
it went great.
Yeah. What did she ask you and what'd she tell you?
She told me that we can set up this follow-up appointment that I'm going to have tomorrow, and she'll show me the properties in more detail, and that she can get me all squared away. And if I like it, find the right price, and I can purchase it directly through her.
Okay. Okay, that's understandable, I guess. So what is it that you feel is important about that whole situation,
Well, I think I can save money
right?
that way just by going directly with her.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I get it. How are you going to save money?
Well, wouldn't I save money because then I don't have to pay a buyer's fee, and I could just negotiate with her for a lower price?
You know what? You would think that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that makes sense to me. What do you think she's going to do with that extra commission, that other agent?
Well, I mean, I'm all new to the process. So she works at the development. So
Right.
does she even get a commission? I was just assuming that you save by going through directly to the development.
Yeah.
I didn't know whether she even got a commission.
So here's the thing. Did she ask you or present any kind of agency disclosure form, which is required by the state of Massachusetts? I'm curious.
No, she didn't.
She
Not
didn't.
yet, but we do have a meeting today, so I don't know.
Okay,
But
so-
no, I haven't signed anything with anybody yet.
Did you meet her in person the first time, or was this over the phone?
Over the phone.
Okay. And did she explain agency to you?
Not that I
point?
recall.
Okay.
No.
Well, so here's the thing. In I get it. You might feel you've got a better opportunity to work with her in that respect. Did she ask you if you were working with a real estate agent?
She may have, because there's a few that I've met along the way. And I did just sell the home that I was in for many years. I recently was divorced, and I sold a home with an agent. So I was working with her for selling my house. But so I know her. I have a friend who's an agent. I met you at that open house last weekend.
Right. Okay. So let me ask you this. What's most important to you with respects to our conversation? What is it you want to gain from this conversation?
Well, you called me, so I don't really know.
Well, fair enough. That would have been a piece of information you could have shared up front. So I'm curious, in it always intrigues me why another agent wouldn't ask you, and if she did ask you, what's important to you here, with respects to purchasing this house. I know you want the house because it's a nice new construction. Who wouldn't, right?
Right.
So what I'm trying to figure out is what do you think you're going to gain by going through the listing agent, which you've said is money, and I get that, and I can understand that. What do you think the benefits to working with a buyer's agent would be?
I don't know.
Yeah. So that's a great reason why we should get together.
Okay.
I can go over the process with you, and I can
Okay.
spell out the benefits to what's important about working with a buyer's agent.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Yeah, because my concern is you might get in over your head over there and not have somebody looking out for your best interest in this transaction. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So what works best for you? I mean, and I got plenty of time. I'd love to work with you. I'm going to work really hard for you, of course, as I do with all my clients. And I really want to find out what's most important to you and really kind of develop a profile for you so that I can best help you moving forward. So can we get together tomorrow or the next day, or, when's your appointment with this listing agent?
My appointment with her is tomorrow. And
Okay.
then I have an appointment with the other new development on Saturday.
Okay.
And I'm really busy. So, my son's coming home from New York. I'm busy and I'm not sure when I would have time before those appointments. So it might have to be after the weekend.
Okay. I'm available. I'm looking at my schedule right here. I can meet you tonight, anytime. I'm very available for you. And I say that out of care and concern for you. I just don't want you to get yourself into a predicament where you've gone too far with somebody. So I would suggest this to you, okay? If we can't get together tonight and we can get together after you meet with those folks, I just want to caution you, just don't sign anything with them. Is that fair?
Okay.
Okay.
It is. I mean, they seem really nice. I've heard good things
Of course
about
they are,
them.
and I'm sure they are. But here's the thing. If you don't sign anything with them, no harm, no foul. You and I can get together the day after. I can present all the information, go through the process with you, kind of maybe dispel some myths, and also give you some benefits to working with a buyer's agent. And the choice is going to be 100% up to you whether or not we move forward and work together. I'll explain to you in detail how they get paid and how that
Okay.
gets split up. And you can certainly feel free to ask them that same question. So that way, when we get together, you can then ask me the questions and I can help you sort through that, because there's no loss here for you. And you can make a decision after that. Would that be fair?
Yes. So basically you're saying that I would not be saving any money by going with them.
Not if they're doing their job. I mean, what are they going to do with that money? Are they going to give it back to the builder, or are they just going to keep it for themselves?
Okay. Okay.
Which would be a great question for you to ask them, and see how they handle that question too. And then, you know what? I'd be really curious, because, and I've got nothing against them. They should handle it very transparently and be very forthcoming with that question, because that's a real valid question. And you just mentioned that it's important to you that you save money.
Right.
I may not be able to save you money, but I can certainly look out for your best interest and help you through that process. Because after all, they're looking out for the best interest, because they're an agency with that builder and they owe him fiduciarity, loyalty, confidentiality, and they're looking out for his best interest in that.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Okay, that makes sense. Yes, it does.
Okay. Again, no pressure from me. I'm going to pencil you in. Does Tuesday work for you?
Sure.
All right. 4 o'clock, 2 o'clock?
Sounds good. 2 o'clock would be good.
2 o'clock on Tuesday. All right. Nicole, I'm going to confirm with you on Tuesday. And Nicole, if you have any questions between now and then, I know you said you're busy. Please give me a call if you have any questions. If you're there, all you have to do is just tell them you want to talk to other agents and get some other concerns, and just kind of weigh your options. Fair enough?
Okay. Sounds great.
And I
All right,
promise
thank you,
I will not get between you and the listing agent to blow the deal for you.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm glad you called.
All right. Thank you, Nicole. I'm glad I called too. It's a great conversation.
All right. Thank you so much, Roger.
You're very welcome. You take care, and I'll talk to you Tuesday.
Okay, great.
Bye-bye. That help?
Yes, it does help.
Okay. So what did I do there?
No pressure
Mhm.
for one, but you solidified the appointment.
Yeah.
You really emphasize just don't sign anything.
Right.
Yeah, just don't sign anything, and that you're coming from care and concern.
Right. And I led her with a couple of questions, key questions. Her major objection was she's thinking that she can get a better deal. Well, then
Right.
you should ask that agent that question, and they should be very transparent and forthcoming
Right.
with that answer. And you know what? She's going to be the litmus test. If they fumble that ball, you're all mine. Because when we get together Tuesday, I'm going to ask one question. How did it go? What'd you learn? What'd you find out? Right. Who, what, when, where, why, and how? All open-ended questions. Tell me more about that. That's interesting. I'm curious. Did I badmouth the listing agent at all?
Nope.
I was very supportive.
I will, Just a side note on all of that, Roger, for at least some of the new construction that we run into in our area, if they go in first without a buyer agent and sign-in sheet or anything like that, when you call back as a buyer agent, they may give you a little pushback.
Yeah, that's correct, Lorna. That's exactly what they do. If you
The-
go to see the property and you don't mention that you're working with an agent, they will not then pay your agent that you bring in after the fact their commission. They'll push back on it, definitely.
So they being the listing agent to the client themselves?
For the builder.
The builder's agent, that's correct.
The builder's agent to the client, okay.
Little context to the call that we were talking about. I'm understanding Nicole saying she reached out to this person through a phone call, and that's the conversation she was having. And she's very busy. She doesn't have time to get together with Nicole until after the fact. So, but yeah, they're absolutely correct. I mean, but that's a risk, and you have no control over that. You know?
And the fact is if you can, because she may go and not even like it, but the fact that you just gave her all of those nice options and you're willing to come from care and concern, and it's all about her, and you agree you're not going to get in the middle of anything if that doesn't work out, that totally, like, I was like, all right, Roger, I'll see you on Tuesday. So, but just
I couldn't get there any quicker because you told me that. Did I put pressure on? I'm not going to go there because now I'm the bad guy. You know?
Nope, I don't want to do that.
And that's what happened with my conversation. So that's why I wanted to do this, because she's saying she doesn't have the time, but that she's meeting these people. And I know that there's a risk there.
Worst case scenario, right? Worst case scenario, she buys one of those, no harm, no foul to you because you had nothing anyways. But guess what? Her and I are getting together on Tuesday after the fact, and she's gonna come in. I love the listing agent. That's awesome. That's great. Did you get a good deal for yourself? Wonderful. Perfect. Hey, listen, it was really nice talking to you. And, you know, out of kind and care and concern for you, listen, if you want to call me, you get a little nervous, a little squirrely over there, give me a call. I can't advise you, so to speak, over there, but I can be a real estate agent in your life that you could certainly feel free to refer business to me.
Yeah, excellent point. All right, great.
Don't go in, get set, don't get hung up, and this is to everybody, don't get hung up on outcomes. Fall in love with the process, care and concern for people and others. Sales will come later on down the road. Set yourself up for success.
Awesome advice. Okay, cool.
Coming from contribution. I love that.
Right.
All right, does everybody
Hey, I don't make all this stuff up. I mean, I'm just stealing it from Gary Keller's Red Book and everything I've heard from the Tim Lindsays of the world and the Errands and stuff. You know, I'm just regurgitating what I've learned and heard. And you guys, as the collective sum, not knowing what's going on in this world of real estate, just keep listening. And you're getting little golden nuggets from everybody, from Lorna, from Trisha, from Tim, from Erin, from Darren, from all the coaches and stuff, from your leadership, from the other agents in the building. Immerse yourself into it, and you'll incrementally over time. And in a year from now, you won't recognize yourself if you stick to it.
Right.
Roger, do you mind if I tag along with a question?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Regarding follow-up, when you mentioned that you don't want to push the clients, you want to come from contribution, and I definitely understand. But a lot of times it seems that the clients tend to fall off follow-up if you're not persistent with them. So how do I balance this, not to be too pushy, but at the same time keep that conversation going for when they are ready? And I honestly, I'm still not able to find the sweet spot, to be honest.
So it's a great question. I think everybody struggles with that, including Lorna, myself, and any top agent. Follow-up is the key. Being consistent, letting them know from the outset, taking control of the conversation, and the follow-up is the most important thing. So in other words, if somebody says, if you're in a conversation with somebody and it's a phone call and you've never met this person, however you've gotten in touch with them, you don't have any relationship with them, you've got to attempt to build it, and you're not going to get them all, period, right? But the ones you will get are the ones you're consistent with and the ones that are willing to work with you. So apply the 80-20 rule. 20% of people they're just going to get off the hook and they're going to get away. But if you follow up with them consistently and just treat it as a game and
and say, hey, this is Roger calling from Keller Williams. How you doing? We met last week at the open house. I've tried to get in touch with you a couple of times. Please feel free to give me a call. If you're still looking for a home, I'd love to get you on the phone and talk to you about the process. Please give me a buzz, 508-699-9307. Love to chat. If they don't respond to that after, 7 to 11 times, you got to decide when to cut and, spend more time with the people that are answering the phone for you.
So you're saying 7 to 11 attempts of follow-up and then cut them off?
Well, that's your option. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and the other thing is that we have smart plans, right? And touch
Yep.
systems. So even if they never pick up the call, but every day they're on your MLS drip or your neighborhood nurture, maybe they're not ready. Maybe they got like, oh, I'm so excited, and then decided, oh, I'm not really ready. And they're not ready to have the conversation, but you're sending them things systematically. You might hear from them in 6 months.
Right.
So,
Right.
it doesn't cost you anything to be put somebody on a smart plan or an MLS drip. So you might not be making the phone calls after 7-11, but maybe every 3 months, checking in. Just checking in. Eventually they're gonna be like, wow, that person's persistent.
Most agents, a lot of times we make that one phone call and they ghost us, or we feel ghosted and we don't try again. You got to keep trying and at your own pace, so to speak. And if you give up after 3, well, you gave up after 3. What if you made one more phone call? And don't be so hung up on the outcome. Just make the call, leave the message, move on, make the next.
I'm going to remember that. Thank you.
Yep. Just gamify it, make it fun. Don't get hung up. Don't have what they say is commission breath. I'm not making this stuff up. I'm stealing all this stuff, right? Don't get negotiation breath. Don't think about the end result. Stay in the process, in the present, and just do your work.
Exactly.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
Sure.
So about the buyers, the contract, the agency. So how do we go about to have them? How can we explain them, like, instead of customer versus buyer's agent, what's the benefits, like, and have them sign that contract?
We're almost there. I promise. We're
Coming
getting
up,
there.
yep.
I know you're curious about that, and let's get through the rest of the consultation, and that last part we talk about is the
They
representation.
all want to close the deal.
I love it. I want you all to get there, and so
guys.
making sure this is amazing.
I love it though. That's good. You're thinking ABC, always be closing.
Trevor,
What you were talking about getting pushback from the other agent when Roger and Nicole were talking about, becoming her buyer's agent. What was the issue that you were talking about? I was kind of confused on that.
So
It
with
was new
construction, yeah, Trisha, like new construction, sometimes it's a whole different ballgame. If you have a big developer who has their own marketing department and they have people sitting there every single weekend, sometimes, and this is not every time, so you just have to know how they work. But some of them have a policy that says if your buyer walked in 6 months ago and they had signed in and they didn't have an agent at the time, and you bring them back, they could push back to say, well, we introduced them to the property and we're not going to pay you.
Okay.
Okay. It doesn't happen all the time. And typically if it's like, say, 5 houses, and this is in Massachusetts, so it's different everywhere and even in different parts of Massachusetts. But sometimes, so I used to have subdivisions and I didn't care because I actually love to work with everybody. So it didn't matter to me. I didn't need all the commission. Happy to share that somebody's buyer came to the open house, but it's not always that way. So you just ask the question, so as you get to know the market, go to and I don't know what Toll Brothers is, but that's the first one, the big builder that comes to mind. Go to the Toll Brothers development, find out what their policy is, right? Because in your buyer consultation, all of my buyers that I work with in the consultation, I say to them, you can go to open houses and most, because typically in my area, all agents, doesn't matter. If I send them to Ryan's open house and they say they're working with Lorna, they're fine with that. New construction can be different because they literally sit there waiting for buyers. So I totally get why they do it, but you just want to say, you know what, if you see new construction, drive by and we'll make an appointment as soon as possible for you.
Well, and make sure that they have a business card or 2 of yours, and instruct and teach and train your clients how it all works and say, all you got to do when you go to an open house, if you go to a new construction property and talk to somebody, they don't even let them ask. Just hand them my business card.
Quick question. I don't want to go down further in the rabbit hole, but is that what's the term? Procuring clause? What is it? Procuring cause?
Right.
Okay.
And so
Okay.
procuring cause, let's just be clear, because you have a contract, and I know we're going to talk about this in contracts, but procuring cause, when you get a contract, does not mean you are procuring cause. It is a series of events, right? So making sure that, you don't get a contract and never talk to your buyer again. You actually have to continue to work with them and take them out to look at properties.
Right.
This is an awesome discussion. Thank you for bringing up the question, Nicole.
Right.
It brought a lot of different things to light. Are you ready to get going?
Let's roll.
All right, let's do it. So let me see where we were at. Oh, no.
Love the participation.
Everyone's engaging. It's so great. What a great session today. So the next thing we're going to talk about is on page 12 in your participant guide is neighborhood insights. So as again, you use the buyer lead sheet before you met with them, right? You're talking with them on the phone and they called me. So when I was talking with Bill, he called about a specific property. So I'm going to make some assumptions, and I probably would have had a conversation to say, is that the area you're looking in? You're looking at 123 Maple in Acton. Okay, great. So now I know at least one town, right, that they're looking at. So in here, you can actually do like some information and some comparison. So I know after selling houses in Acton for 28 years, Acton typically buyers also look in Andover. So what I might do is compare those two cities or those two towns, or maybe towns that are next to each other, right? It could say Acton and Concord, right? And then you can put in neighborhood insights. So this is just a map of the area. Then there are all of these pieces to the puzzle. Average list price, average selling price, price per square foot, days on market. So again, when we talked about that data that you want to share with people, sometimes just showing them something like this and they see days on market is 3. Oh my goodness, right? So you're going to fill in this information, but where do we find this information? How do I know what the average listing price is?
MLS?
MLS, right? MLS, neighborhood insights will give us some of this and MLS will give us the rest of it, right? So does everybody know how to look at this information, or would you like me to do a little bit of a tutorial real quick? I know we're on different MLSs, but they all work kind of the same.
Do a short, I'd like to see a short tutorial.
Okay.
So this is Mass's MLS, correct?
Correct.
There you go. I'm familiar with that one.
Right.
Rhode Island's not so much, and Rhode Island's is a little more challenging.
Do you do Rhode Island as well?
I don't, but I've seen people and they pull their hair out of their head compared to what we got in Mass.
This is going to be the problem with doing it. Oh, it worked. I say doing it on not on my computer. All right, can everybody see our MLS right here? And this again is probably very typical of your MLS in other states. You're going to click on a search button. Now there are reports. There's a bunch of ways to do this. I'm going to give you a couple different ways. So if I want to know what the single families for, let's just say average listing price, right? So we're going to scroll down. We're going to put Acton in here. Notice I have 16 houses in Acton. Woohoo, we're up to 16. That's awesome. So all of the houses that are on in Acton, I'm going to scroll to the bottom. Can you all see the bottom where it says how many houses are on the market? It shows the average, let me see if I can move this thing out of the way. It shows the average living square feet, the average list price, the average living list price per square foot, and average days on market. So just looking at this for a minute, it says right here that the average days on market are 48 in Acton. Do you think that would be confusing after you just got through talking to them about how the market's really hot? So when we're using these averages, we may need to be able to explain why that is. Why are our average days on market in Acton, just by looking at my screen, do you think is so high?
I think it's high probably because of the price range that the houses are in.
So some of the price points are high. In what do you see here where it says DOM, days on market? We have 2 properties that have been on the market for a long time,
Okay,
Yes.
yeah.
right? So
Like maybe
that
overpriced?
can skew our days on market average. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Lorna,
Yes.
days on market until you have a contract or a close.
Days on market are active listing.
So
Active.
I think the question, days on market is when the purchase and sale gets signed.
Okay.
And contingent would be when the offer gets signed.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Closing date would be so many days after that, so that's not reflected there.
So we have contingent and under agreement. I'm going to change the status for a minute because it does ask for total pendings, right? So I could look at this. It tells me there's 38 contingent and pendings in Acton. And scroll to the bottom again. And now the average days on market is 9.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's statistical. So if you have a small sample, you gotta look at the details. But if you had 100 houses there, that would be a better sample because then the average would kind of be a little spread out.
But it definitely tells you, like, even except for this little outlier right here, if you look at just this column of days on market, it's almost all, under 30 days. Does that make sense? So paying attention to the outliers, because sometimes the outliers are new construction. Does that make sense? Because they put them on when there's not even a foundation in.
Right.
Right. So then you can just go and change the status, everybody, to sold. So we're looking at, we want to look at just the sold for the last 6 months. And there's
Guys,
105. Yes.
why, if MLS is one global company, right? Why would their systems be different state to state?
It's not one global company.
MLS is not one.
It's only one. There's many MLS. So like Cape Cod and Islands has their own MLS. So some of them use this. I have an agent right now who wants to show Western Mass. They have a different MLS. So every state can have multiple MLSs. So like we can look up things in New Hampshire, Connecticut, Rhode Island, but it's not going to be the whole picture of what's available in those areas in MLS PIN. So again, you could do this in any of your MLSs. My guess is, and I only know this one, so I can only speak to what I know. But again, if we're looking at 105s, now we get a bigger sample, right, Roger, which is helpful.
Yep.
To be able to say, what's happening.
And then you could also clean that sample up, by looking for those outliers, those wacky ones that are well over, like new construction, and pull new construction out of there to get more of a realistic of homes that aren't considered new construction.
Yeah, so you could do year built. You could adjust some of these, but if you're just getting an overall picture. But to answer your question, Trevor, here too, on the bottom, it says average DOM, days on market, average DTO, days till offer. Right, and the number's a little bit less. That makes sense? Right, because in Massachusetts, it's going to be different because we're a 2 contract state. So it's a little different for each of our states. Does that help?
Can you also,
yeah.
I'm sorry, can you also show us real quick how to add the prospective buyer into MLS, so into the search, so they get a notification?
I can do that real quick if everybody's okay with that. That's one of the first things I tell everybody in my office to do. So in MLS PIN, and again, each of your MLSs probably have this, click on contacts, click on new, and you should do this for yourself. Put yourself in MLS today.
Yep.
Put in, remember, this is not your contact management system. So this is just a tool to keep in touch with. So I use my personal email. I actually get lots of them because I show this a lot. You put their email and their name and hit save. Right, so I hit save. Now I've saved that contact. I'm going to add them to a search. New contact search. Click on search. Now I can name my search. I can say how often they're getting the search. I do daily, but you could do hourly, every 15 minutes. I'm a daily girl because this is just a piece, one piece, right? If they're looking at single families, and I always use Acton because it's right in the A's at the top, you pick the town. Now for buyers, they're probably gonna have a price range of some sort, right? But for you, if you're setting yourself up just to see what it looks like, you are
Leave it
gonna
wide open.
leave it wide open. That's right. You don't need a price point.
Can
So
you add multiple towns?
you
Correct.
could, yep. So if I wanted to do, let's see, I'll do Andover since I mentioned that. Andover,
Yep. And you see it clicking over there to the right.
yep. So over here now, it's, yeah, it comes over here. You're selecting the town. So you just have to, you can type it in. So if I wanted to look for Concord, I could do that and then highlight it. Okay. Wow, we get 64 listings. I'm so excited. That's like the most listings I've seen up there in a while. So I'm hitting save search, or I make, oh, I don't really want Andover. I'm gonna take that out. Oop, nope, I just want Acton. No, not Concord. You can
This is the
add
first
it.
hot sheet I see every day,
Yeah, exactly. I get this email every day too.
right? You see it in the morning before you even log into MLS. You've already gotten your email.
Because you got your email. So you hit save search, and now they have searches attached to them. So tomorrow morning, I'm going to get an email, and it's going to show me all the matches that are for me. Now, I always warn my clients, the first email typically has the most, right? Right now, there's 64 properties or however many properties we just got there, right? Oh, 41, it tells me right here. 41 listings. Tomorrow, they're not going to get the same 41 listings. They're going to get the 2 newest ones or a price change or something like that. So we'll update every single day. They can also go in and look if they want. They can they can put favorites, right? They can favorite properties. So I want you to practice, because that way you know, like if I want to go look at my contacts, what if they favorited? And if they favorited anything, it would show up here, meaning that is a property they're interested in.
So Lorna, a little note here for everybody, call your MLS provider, so to speak, and ask them when they do a training, because they all have training on this.
Absolutely, they do.
And
All
that-
right,
you're
everybody,
paying
everybody
for
good with
so
that?
Get it.
I'm going to move back to our slide if everybody's good. So anybody have any questions about finding the neighborhood information?
Yeah, Lorna, I was just curious. I must have missed that. How do you get the email listing for Massachusetts of the MLS to be mailed to you, like somebody was just saying?
Emailing it. So I just set that client up. So tomorrow morning, they're going to get an email from me. I set up a client search.
It's automatically going to start doing it.
Okay, and we can do it for ourselves too, right?
Yeah,
Or we can.
You should do it for yourself. That should be everybody's first step in MLS. Get in there, put yourself in as a client in your town of expertise, and have it sending you an email. So now you see what your client's going to see, and you can coach and prepare them.
Okay.
I just want to remind everybody, and this is a really steadfast rule for me for anything I do with client facing, is you want to send it to yourself first. When I did the app, I didn't offer that to anybody until I understood how to use it and what it can do. So then you can explain it. The MLS, I call it a drip. Every day they get it, but I let them explain it to them.
Lorna,
Right?
you got some splaining to do there, right?
You got some explaining to do there, right? I love that, Roger.
That's me. Yeah. Sorry.
We
That's
probably
okay.
can use this as a MLS when we have the buyer consultation, so we can put them on a search. It's an extra service that we provide them. They're not able to get this information, on Zillow.
That's exactly it. So that you want them to be getting the MLS drip from you, and you want them to have your app. That is 2 of the ways to make sure they're getting the information from you.
Yep.
You're still going to have that occasional client. I still have one that sends me stuff from Trulia. I said, every day you get my MLS drip, but I get an email from them with a little link to Trulia. I try to meet people where they are. But the fact is that I say to them, this can be a direct contact, because now when they send me that link, I got to go look it up and do all this stuff. If we're communicating through MLS or through our app, I'm able to connect with them quicker and get the information for them. That makes sense?
After all, those all those sites are getting their information right from our MLS.
That's right. So I always tell my buyers, wouldn't you rather get it from the source? So you're giving them some neighborhood insights, right, to help understand the neighborhood a little bit better. So I want you to think about on page 13, when you were partnered up, what towns or neighborhoods would you include based on your client's preferences? So who told me they were interviewing David? Oh, it was Matt, right? Matt, do you know what towns David was interested in?
We didn't get that far. We were just kind of going over like personal needs. So unfortunately, the time kind of ran out before we dove into that.
And that's fine. And you might not know necessarily, again, where those buyers are looking, but most of the time you have an idea based on how you met them. Did you meet them in an open house? Did you, they called on a sign or on a listing that was around. So you probably have a general idea. So the neighborhoods page is just, again, another tool to do it. Can I show you guys one more thing? Is that okay? So when you are here in where to of this page, and hopefully it will work for me, but I just want to show you one thing. So adding a neighborhood in here, right? A neighborhood snapshot. I'm going to click on that. Let's see if I can find it now. Of course, I'm saying it, I won't be able to do it. So I'm looking for snapshots. So you see up here, not listings, but snapshots. So I highlighted it, went to KWS snapshots. So I'm going to put in a zip code, and I'm going to do that. See if it works. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. If we're spinning too long, won't do it. But what that will do is create a map. Oh, there we go, yay. And so see right here, where that map is, I can now replace the image, and now it's the zip code that I want. You like that? Isn't that nice? All right, so that's how you do a neighborhood snapshot. I just wanted to point that out when we were on this.
I have a question.
Sure.
How many neighborhood snapshots are you allowed to put on this page? Is it only 2?
Well, this one only has 2, but you certainly could make, again, you could add this page twice in your buyer consultation and add more towns.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so back to Beth. I'm not gonna move you guys. I keep having to move you, sorry. So, any questions about the neighborhood, about showing them the data? Do you see why this is important? Tell me why this page is so important. Want to take a guess?
I think it shows you locations of properties.
It could show you locations, absolutely. What else?
It also sets expectations.
Tell me more about that.
Well, just giving them, a better sense of what they can anticipate, the price range to be for certain areas, how many homes that are on the market. It just kind of drills down to things that they need to be aware of as they're starting their search.
Exactly. So thinking about when we talked about, remember somebody called me about Concord for 650. Instead of me saying, oh, you can't do that, and there's nothing in Concord, I show them Concord and I show them Acton. And they see that the average sale price in Acton is 750 and the average sale price in Concord is 1.2. And I'm just using that. I don't know if that's the average sale price, just so you know. I'm just giving you numbers. But then I'm using the data to help them self-discover instead of saying, no, you can't do that. Does that make sense? So it gives the data, it backs everything up for you. Any other questions about neighborhood insights and using data to help the buyer self-discover? All right, we're going to move on. So, how home buying works. So now we've talked about their wants and needs. Now we're looking at the process. How do they work? Now, again, we're in 5 different states. Is the process different in each of our states? It is. So you need to tweak these to explain the process, right? Step 1, you're meeting with an agent. Step 2, you're getting pre-approved. Next, we're looking for your new home. But all those bullet points in between, they may look different. Making an offer and negotiating the terms. So you see how those are step by step? Now you're having a discussion and a back and forth about what happens next. Right? We've met, I've learned what you want. You're going to get pre-approved. We're going to go look for a house. Then we're going to make an offer. Any questions so far about that? So thinking about the next steps, communicating with them. So Keller Mortgage, there is the affiliated business arrangement disclosure. It is located in KW. Roger, does your office use this as part of their paperwork?
We do, and it's important that you have to disclose, but if it's something that you're not offering per se, or going to add into your presentation, you can certainly remove it.
Exactly. So again, if you're not using it, you don't need it, right?
Right. If you're not comfortable with it, and if you don't understand it, take it out.
Right. And just so you all know, in case you haven't taken it, Keller Mortgage has videos to explain all of it. So if you're not comfortable with it, make sure you're watching the videos and understanding how it all works. Next, we are moving on to your value, real experience. Okay, so you're on page 16 in your participant guide. So let's talk about this page for a minute, right? Do you know how long? I know that who was telling me they were on David? How long had you said you were in business? 2 months? Anybody? Carol, how long have you been in business? I can see you on my screen.
2 months.
2 months. Matt, how long?
9 days.
9 days. Woo-hoo. Do we have anyone under 9 days? Matt, that's good. 9 days. That's awesome. All right. So
36,000 days,
36,000 days.
give or take a few thousand.
I'm not even doing the math on how long. So thinking about maybe your numbers, you can't put 15 years, right? Or however many years. What could you use instead?
Your market center.
Exactly. How long has your market center been in business? So I have to tell you, this was a great exercise for me because I know how long my market center has been in business. So I could change that in my presentation. So I wrote 13. They've been in business for 13 years. Then it says clients served. I actually didn't know that number. So I looked on the multi-year trends report, which you all have for yourself, but also the office has one. If you're curious how many, your market centers are going to love me right now, ask your MCA or your TL or your PC to look up the numbers. I found out that our market center since 2010 has served 8,327 clients. Oh, that was awesome. I'm like, that is a cool number. So that was awesome since 2010. So repeat clients. Maybe I don't know that from the office. Could I delete that off of these numbers?
Sure.
I could, right? These are all editable. So you want to have, this page is really important and you can take some of the numbers out if it doesn't work. And then clients served in 2019. Again, I found out our market center in 2020, so in the pandemic, served 1,187 clients. Wow, isn't that awesome? Right, so if you don't have your own stats or your stats don't tell the story that you're looking for, use the market center. If you're on a team, use your team numbers, right? So they don't have to be yours, right? They have to be honest, like this is our market center numbers.
Lorna, also, if you're in the coaching program with your market center, you can use your coaching program's numbers.
I love that. Exactly. Which is a team, right, Roger?
Yep. And I also instruct my coaching clients, obviously some do better than others and move at a quicker pace, right? So as we're in our group conversations to give you some mindset, don't we discuss things that are going on with their transactions, right? Or, how they're taking their listings? Don't you help them on their open houses, right? So you're intimately involved to some degree with that transaction. So why can't you count that as your participation towards a transaction and count that in your mind, in your explanation to people? Yeah, I was involved with 7 transactions in the last 2 months. To some degree you are, right?
You're
You've got
not
the
saying you
counseling you
closed them, right? Exactly.
Yep.
No, I love that. So this is just the page about you. So I will tell you, for me personally, in my buyer consultation, this is just a little bit about me. Take a look when you get the consultation. I am not spending time going over, we did this and we did that. That's not what this is about, right, people? This is just letting them know they have somebody. So credentials, if you have a degree, right? If you are involved in any volunteer activities, if you are, you're all a member of your local board, of your state board, and of the national board, you can put those right down. Right? And thinking about the skill sets that you bring to the table. And I know we talked about this in value proposition, so I'm not going to get too much into it, but make sure that you're setting yourself apart. And for me, one of the reasons I joined Keller Williams was our win-win, integrity, customer commitment, communication, creativity, teamwork, trust. Where's equity on that? They need to update that one. And equity is in there, and success. So that will be the first thing when you change it. I know on the one that you actually modify, the updated one's in there. So it's just not this slide.
That was updated this year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any questions? That's an easy one, right?
I'm sorry, Lorna. I missed the part where you go to get those stats, and I'm really sorry I didn't understand it.
That's no worries. So everybody in Keller Williams has something called a multi-year trends report. And all of you do has an agent, but the market center has it. So if you ask your MCA, your market center administrator, your team leader, or your productivity coach, we have access to the reports to be able to give you those numbers. You could, for some of the numbers, feel like you want to look at everything from 2020, you can actually go into MLS and search by solds. And in the advanced criteria, put in your market center MLS number, and it will tell you how many transactions.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, any questions? All right, let's keep going. I gotta keep an eye on the time, make sure we're on time here. So the buyer consultation, conducting it, we're gonna talk about that next. Welcome to the buyer presentation. So this is on page 14 of your Elementals script book, and it's 3 different closes. And I love what Roger said, ABC, always be closing. That was awesome. I'm going to take that, Roger. That's one that I'm going to be using from now on.
I did not make it up, sorry. Nothing original comes out of my mouth, just saying.
Heard that at my last job.
Yep.
So thinking about who would like to role play with me, closing for the agreement.
I'll go.
Who said I'll go? Is that
That's me,
Roger?
Roger, yep.
All right, Roger. Awesome. So we've done the whole buyer presentation. We're talking about the agreement now.
Okay.
All right, Roger, thanks so much for meeting with me now. And I hope that, want to make sure you don't have any other questions before we go on.
No, I don't think so.
All right, awesome. So what we're going to do now is we're going to sign the buyer representation agreement, which what it does is it puts me to work for you. You're giving me the tool I need to represent you in the purchase. With this tool, I have the opportunity to negotiate for you and get the best deal. And getting the best deal is important to you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Great, perfect. Then let's just do the right thing, sign the buyer representation agreement and put me to work for you right now.
Okay.
I love Roger. Thank you, Roger. That was easy. But so thinking about, I'm not having that conversation. I've already so one of the things I did leave out is when I do my buyer presentation, after I've done the wants and needs, and after I've done a little bit about the process, like we're doing this, then we're doing that. When I talk about the offer, I start going through all the paperwork, right? I show them, I actually pull Dotloop up and I'm showing them, or DocuSign, depending on what you're using, but I pull the contracts out and I say, this is the agency disclosure. We talk about that. This is the buyer representation agreement. I talk about that. I talk about how, what an offer form looks like in Massachusetts. I talk about the contingencies. And the reason I do that is because it's part of the process. I want them to understand that when they make an offer within 7 to 10 or 10 to 14 days in Massachusetts, they're signing the second contract and they're putting more money down. And then in between there, they're doing a home inspection, because what that does is it brings up conversation. Because when I say, so, you'll be doing a home inspection, what do you think the first question is that many buyers ask when they ask about a home inspection?
What's the home inspection?
What is a home inspection? I love that. What does it cost?
Yeah.
So by naturally just going through, and I explain to them, this is going to take a little bit of time. We're going to go through it quickly, but I just want you to see this paperwork, because the day that you find that perfect property, you're going to be kind of excited, I bet. And so what I want is for you not to be looking at a brand new piece of paper that day. So I go through it with them at the buyer consultation, so that way it's just familiar. I don't expect them, and I tell them, you don't need to remember all of this. This is just to get you familiar. And then on a side note, in this market, they'll probably be writing like 4 or 5, 6 of them. They'll know it really well by the time they get through. So I've already had that conversation, and getting to the buyer representation agreement, having them sign it, is easy after that. Because I've built trust with the wants and needs analysis. I've explained the process to show my expertise. And now it's like, hey, let's work together. Does that make sense?
Yep. And not only did you show your expertise, you built your value throughout the whole process, presentation.
Because you built the relationship.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it totally makes a difference. So to answer the question that keeps coming up in terms of buyer representation agreement, I think it goes back to a lot about commitment and how many people you can realistically service at a high level. And so you need to prioritize for yourself to give the best service. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I have a question.
Sure.
When you present the buyer agreement, I just did one, but I didn't do it face-to-face because they live in another state. Do you send it over so they can see it?
Yeah, so if I was doing it via Zoom, I'd be pulling up either my Dotloop or my DocuSign, whatever you're using in your market center, and I would have the form on the screen, and I would just touch base on each of the points in the buyer representation agreement via Zoom. So they've looked at it. That way I'm answering questions with them before I just send it to them.
Well, I lucked out because he himself is a real estate agent, so so he understood, but I was just wondering in the future, how would I do that?
You always want to go through the representation agreement, because and again, since we're in 5 states in multiple market centers, everyone has something a little bit different. But typically it's going to go through what's the expectation of the buyer, meaning they're going to call you if they see a sign. They're going to have the needs analysis. In our buyer representation agreement, it says they're going to tell me what they're looking for, right? But they can change it any time. And then it tells them what I'm going to do for them, right? I'm going to make sure that I set up showings. I'm going to negotiate on their behalf. this is the fee for my service, right? And it will go through all of the different pieces of how we're working together. So in order to handle the objection, you should be going through that with them, either on Zoom or in person. So that way they understand what they're signing and they're, again, able to ask questions. And remember, if they're asking you a question, which comes very much in the form of an objection sometimes, that means that they're interested and they're just asking more questions. They just want to know why. Why is your fee 2.5%? Who pay? Oh, sorry. And whatever your fee is in your market center, whatever your fee is, who pays it, right? And then you get to have discussions about that. One of the biggest points, especially in this market, is in our contract, it talks about showing for sale by owners. How do I get paid? Off-market properties, how do I get paid? So now I'm having conversations and reassuring them that I can show them everything on the market, not just what's in MLS.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I just point out something real quick?
Oh, of course you can.
So as a former business owner and working in the service industry, speaking for myself and having discussions with my employees is, what things sound like coming from your mouth and once they hit the air and you can't take them back, of course, like you're stating. But when I read this here and I hear this phrase right here, this line, let's do the right thing. I always think about how I would feel on the receiving end of something like that. And it doesn't sit right when I hear that for some reason.
That's funny, Brian, because I thought the exact same thing. I thought that myself.
Me too.
So I just changed for myself right here in my notes. I just put so let's move forward, and changing that as opposed to let's do the right thing. I feel like let's do the right thing is more saying like it doesn't sit right. So can we, obviously, when we're making these things our own, and I'm not critiquing the person.
Nope, I didn't write it, so you're not critiquing me, Brian. I'll tell you that right now, because again, I want you to think about a couple things. And I know, again, it's been talked about at night, but with scripts, you really want to memorize, internalize, and then personalize.
Yep.
So you need to memorize the intent and how it sounds, and then tweak it to your language. Once you've got it internalized, and internalized means I'm not reading it. I can have that conversation with Roger without looking at a script. Then I'm adding in how, what doesn't feel right. And if you say something and it doesn't feel right to you, how's it going to sound to the other person?
Clunky.
Clunky, right? It's not going to be you. So you do need to be authentic. What I find, these are small scripts, right? But if we have like page-long scripts, and then I see people crossing this out and crossing that, oh, that doesn't sound like me. And all of a sudden the script isn't doing what it was intended to do, right? That's a close. So if yours was also a close, so I think that's fine, right? It's that you're still getting them to where you want them to be, which is to sign the contract.
The question there would be, what does doing the right thing mean? What does moving forward mean? It's going to mean different things to different people, and that's true.
So I think just knowing the client on the other side of the table and knowing yourself. And again, this is where that body language is going to come into play, right, Roger?
It's all in the delivery, my friends.
And if they're doing this as you're showing them the property, that might showing them the representation agreement, you need to pay attention to that. You don't want to lose them after this whole thing. You don't want to lose them on this.
So here's how that script could work with using the move forward. So let's do the right thing and move forward. You can always add and enhance these things.
Does that help, Brian?
Yes, that helps. Great. Thank you.
Sure.
Hey, guys.
Yes.
Do you have to go into detail about your commission, or can you just explain where it comes from? If you're a buyer's agent, so they're not really paying you in most cases.
Can I take this, Roger?
Absolutely.
All right. I feel really passionate about this one. So thank you for asking it. So it's like the elephant in the room, right? Nobody wants to talk about money, right? But guess what? We all work to get paid. So it's okay to talk about money. And the fact is, depending on where you are in the market, your compensation in MLS might not be what your fee is.
Okay.
Notice I'm being very vague because everybody's in a different place.
Yep.
But I want to, you always want to talk about it. The other thing, and the reason this is so important for you guys to get this now, is because there are lawsuits happening across the country that people feel like it's unfair that sellers are paying buyer agents. There's lawsuits saying like, that doesn't seem right, because are they really representing the buyer if the seller's paying them? So it could happen, and it's starting to happen in other states, where the compensation is going to be zero and you're going to get paid from the buyer, which, just as a side note, is just being paid as part of a transactional fee. So I definitely, I harp on this, and I love this, Trevor, because I had someone in the last Ignite who said, well, I told them we work for free. Oh, no, we don't. Right? And so it's okay to talk about money. And I'm really upfront. I say, this is my fee of 20 apples. And in MLS, there you can see out of the 10 houses we're looking at, 9 of the 10 offer compensation of 20 apples. Right? That 10th one, that's only offering 19 apples. You know what? We can do a couple things. We can increase your offer to cover that. You can pay that as part of a closing cost. We can, so there's a lot of ways to worry about that. But at the end of the day, I'm going to make sure you get the house you want. And my fiduciary responsibility is to you. And that's what I want you to hear from me.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Do you have anything else? Sorry, I get kind of passionate about that one.
No, you made a great point. It's a great question, and it is the big elephant in the room a lot of times. And sometimes the best policy, guys, is disclose and transparency. Be honest. Don't hide that fact that you're getting paid, because they're thinking about it, they're wondering about it. So bring it up.
Right.
And be comfortable bringing it up. Believe in yourself and your skills. Practice, right? And build value. And that sounds like a ambiguous word, but just the conversation you're having with them builds value, because they start to trust you. And once they trust you, you're there. You've got rapport, and then you foster it. And God forbid you all of a sudden get that trust, and later down in the transaction, now they're wondering how you're getting paid. And that's the first time they hear about it. That can be uncomfortable. So best to bring it up in the beginning.
I agree.
And you can see what the other agent is offering on MLS, right?
MLS compensation. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So guess what time it is?
Howdy doody time.
Howdy doody time. It's breakout time. So I want you to get to page 14. And one of you is going to be an agent, and one of you is going to be a buyer. And you're going to pick one of the scripts on page 14. Trisha, would you post this elemental script book again, just in case somebody doesn't have it up? And what it talks about is really how to close. So Brian, that's where you can practice that adding on or that tweak a little bit, right? And so we're at the end, we're talking about the buyer representation agreement. And I want you all to practice page 14. And remember, be nice, like Roger said at the beginning.
Be easy, just say yes.
Just say yes. Yep, I'll sign it. And again, down the road, you can kind of continue to work on it. But we're just going to do this for a quick 5 minutes. Okay? So you guys ready? Breakout room time it is. Does everybody have the script?
How's that craft? How's the craft? What's that room you're in there? The chat room going? Anything good happen in there?
That is going well. Most people are participating and not putting questions in the chat.
Oh, Lorna, you're doing a great job.
Yeah, we have had requests for the scripts and the participation guide, so I'm covering that. But everything's great.
Thank you so much.
All right, everybody, into breakout rooms you go. Make sure you're this is practice time. And then get each other's numbers to practice again later.
Yeah, when you're in there, yep, make sure you're catching digits.
Have fun. Bye, Karen.
Warner, I'm back.
You're back. That's
Well, yeah,
okay.
I get the same Greg, and he just didn't have the material and he didn't have the time to go over anything. So if you want to throw me another room with somebody else, that's fine.
Sure. Let's see. I see what room you're in again.
You're doing fantastic, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's always best when you have a little interaction going back and forth.
I love being able to talk to people.
Yeah.
Let's see. Roger. My eyes are starting to get tired. Oh, also as a side note, Roger, I have to leave at 12 just to teach another class.
Okay.
So you stay a little bit extra to answer questions.
I'll stick around if anybody wants to. Yeah, we got, what time is it? 10 till?
Yeah, so we only got a
Yeah.
couple more minutes. I gave you another room.
Okay. And we're back.
Welcome back. So I know that was a quick one, but how did it go?
Well, a lot of people are still not prepared with their script books. So I told everybody, I think everybody should take the script books, print them out, put them in a 3-ring binder, and that should be right there, like you almost like your right hand, because that's probably the most important or the one thing that you're going to use over and over again daily. And
There you go. I see Muriel's got hers big one printed out.
Yeah,
Nice
the only
job.
thing is, this one is goes back a couple of years, so
Yep.
it's things have changed.
yeah, but relatively, there's still continuity there, right?
There is.
And thinking about these are all, the difference between that big binder that you have and now Ignite is that the participant guides and the script books are pretty thin. So you double side them, they're not too bad. They're a little bit easier. So making sure, how did it feel like getting people to the representation agreement? Did you feel comfortable with it? Oh, I see Jennifer saying easy. Nicole, are you saying down? I can't tell what you're doing. Oh, she's trying to unmute.
No, sorry, I was reading the chat.
That's okay.
I was reading the chat, sorry. I'm on my
That's all
phone.
right. How'd it go?
Great.
Yeah. This is really
Tim Greer
important.
is helping and he was very helpful.
Who is, Tim Greer?
Yes.
He's the man. I love it. So I think that script practice, buyer representation agreement practice, buyer consultation agreement, this is one of the most important things you can do. This is going to cement your relationship with people. So in the last Ignite, someone from my office took hers, made her foundational buyer presentation, and then she had her best friends practice with her. Not only did she practice with agents, but she practiced with like real people. And then she'd come back to me and she'd say, all right, Lorna, they gave me this objection. I actually don't know what to say. Great practice, right? Or Lorna, that didn't really sound right. So making sure that you are practicing and finding those people that are close with you to first make it easy and then to give you a few objections. Because the more you hear questions that you don't know how to answer, objections like, nope, I don't want to sign it. Now you know what to say. Like, why should I sign that? Now you can start to practice it and go back to your PC group, your productivity coach, and ask questions. Because then now it's a way to learn quickly. Who wants to get a new buyer representation agreement signed? No, like this. Everybody should be doing this, right? I want it. So you need to get it signed. So is there any question before we move on? We have a couple more things to cover in a short period of time. All right.
The same question I had before.
Okay, so the customer versus the client.
Yes, please.
Okay, so as a customer, right, you actually don't have a contract, right? So that commitment level is not there. And why is that important for the buyer? Because the fact is this, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, I on Saturday have 3 slots to take out buyers. And if I have committed buyers, those people get those slots first. And I would love to work with you. I feel like we have a great connection. And I'd love to make you one of my committed buyers. Because the fact is, I will fit you right in. That might be one way, right? But the main difference is you have that fiduciary responsibility.
Well, if they're customers, you can't do comps for them, right? And you cannot say certain things.
So in Massachusetts and in different market centers, I'm going to say it, different market centers do things different ways. In Massachusetts, at the first meeting to discuss a specific property, you are signing an agency, consumer relationship disclosure, right? And I don't know about other states, but I'm assuming it's similar to that. Am I right on that? Okay. So I'm having that conversation. In our market center, you are not working with buyers as a facilitator. You are working with them when you sign that as a buyer agent. That's just the disclosure. But the fact that you're signing that is that it says you have a fiduciary responsibility. The contract is that committed relationship. So in our market center, we don't work with buyers unless we're working with them as a buyer agent. It's just a matter of whether they have a contract or they don't. And that's our market center. Roger, what do you do at your market center? Because everybody does
So
different.
pretty much the same. And the distinction to make there is one is agency law, and you learned about that in your, and that's probably the only thing that you got out of your license, getting your license, you need to understand. We as licensed real estate agents have to walk around the world. And as soon as we start talking about real estate with somebody, it's our agency law is to let them know that we are a licensed real estate agent. And how we formalize that, and then the state steps in front and says, you have to take that one step further, and you have to present this document to them and explain it to them and ask them to sign it, although they're not required to sign it, but you are required by law to present it to them so that they now have a clear understanding of the difference between a buyer's agent, a seller's agent, and if need be, dual agency and facilitator.
Does that answer your question?
What happens
Yes.
if they say no?
If they don't want to sign the agency disclosure,
There's a box at the bottom.
that says they're free, refuse to sign, and you fill it out and just put their name on it and put it in your file.
And
at that moment, you don't have to show them the property if they don't want to sign it, right? Because
Well, you don't have to do anything. You're not forced to work with them. You're just by law required to present that to them. And this is a mutual discussion between client. Just because you talk to them doesn't mean you have to work with them. You're deciding whether or not you want to move forward and work with them as well. And you may
Right.
decide that they're not qualified. They're not, there's not a good match here. You're in control of that situation as well as they are. So it's not one-sided.
Exactly. Nicole, you have a question. I see you raising your hand.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you mind, or you may have already put the disclosure form and the agency agreement in the chat so we can download that?
So we can't do that right now because we're out different states. So you can go to your market center and talk to your folks, or go into DocuSign or
Okay.
.loop, but it should be there. But you do have to pay your NERDS realtor dues and get your NERDS number to get access to those forms. But somebody could share you a copy within your
I believe I have it in my DocuSign already. Okay, so I'll just go back to that. Thank you.
Templates in your office, and all of you should be attending contracts class in your market centers to understand all the different forms that you have. Great questions. All right, we are at the app. So I just want to, couple things I already mentioned. Make sure that, see how right here in the bottom it says more, you can share your KW app, and then you share it via text, Facebook, email. There's lots of ways to share it. So make sure you're utilizing your app to share it. That more button on the bottom, share your app, and it will have your name on the top. Okay, so that's one thing. The other tool in your toolbox that I want you to understand is,
I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Oh, no, go ahead.
How do you get your name on the top on the app?
You will go, when you hit more and you look at the back and it says select, I think it says select an agent or find an agent. You'll click on that and you'll put your name in and it will pop up. Now, my friend, I think it was Matt, who was 9 days, should be there, but might not. It takes some time to filter through the KW system. So if you just joined a market center, you may not find yourself yet. And then you just make that my agent, and now your name is there.
So every time I share it from the actual app, it shares with my name on it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so on this page, you can see that anybody that you give the app to, as they're reviewing it, oops, you can see what they've been looking at. So see right here when it says they have a collection, they can save homes, they can make collections of homes. So this is fantastic if you share your app and you start seeing somebody utilizing it. It starts to tell you whether you have an A, B, or C buyer, doesn't it? If they never log in and use it, or maybe you just have people like, I have somebody who, again, still sends me stuff from Trulia, even though he has my app and he has the MLS drip. So This is just another way to see what your client's doing, answer questions. It gives you a little bit of, because see, it says viewed a new listing. Gives the MLS number, right? So this is a great way. You can also do this with your MLS draft, just as a side note. You can see what the clients looked at. And then this is one of my favorite things in the consumer part of command and actually in your app. So everybody grab their app, unless you're on your phone, and don't do that. But on your app, in the bottom middle, it says guide. Does everybody see that? Click on that. We're going to talk about this. So look back up at my screen now. Everybody look back up at me for a minute. See right here where it says the buyer's guide, there's also a listing as well. But you can take this and customize it as a way to connect with your buyer. It goes through all of the steps that you have. So let me get to, I have way too many things open. If I go back to my KW to connect, command, I can tell I'm getting tired. You're going to click on consumer, right? And then on guide builder. So you can see there's a buyer's guide and a seller's guide. There's 9 steps. On the buyer's guide, which is what we're talking about today, you can change out pictures. So if I wanted to replace the image, I don't know if there's anything in, let's see, add image. I could drag one. This is not my computer, so I have no idea what's there for pictures. But let's see, of course nothing, because this is just an office computer. But actually the picture that's right there was one of my old listings that I stuck in there when I was showing this class. You can change the title. You could change what it says, right? So there's lots of things you can do. You could delete it if you don't like that step. So in Massachusetts, we might want to talk about the offer and a home inspection and the purchase and sale. Like I did change mine because I wanted it to be specific. But basically in each of these steps, and I want you, this is your homework, play on your app and see what your guide says, right? This is something, I love this. The guide, I think it's awesome.
Lorna, can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Of
How do
course
you
can.
Hi, Roger.
Hi.
He's in my office. Hey, how do you hyperlink a buyer and a seller's guide on your email? Like I have my app, I'll have my Facebook, my, all my social media stuff for my clients, when I email them. How do you hyperlink a buyer and a seller's guide? Or can you?
I would check with your market center tech coordinator. I don't know the answer to that one, unless Roger does, but I do not know the answer to that.
I'm tapping out on that one.
Yeah, so you can go to the help, right? And ask questions, chat with support. They probably tell you, but I bet there's a video for that with Marty Miller.
Okay, thanks.
So I know that yes, go ahead, Carol. You look like she wants to ask a question, but you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that. On the page where you said share your app, and then the last pictures of like LinkedIn and Twitter and Facebook. So if I share that to say Facebook, is it going to my personal Facebook or is it going to my business page? And what does it look like? In other words, is it like almost like an ad saying,
it's like a post. It's like a post. Well, when you click on, like, just practice before you hit send, but you can hit Facebook and then it will ask you like your page or your personal page. You can choose, and then you could type something in like, check out my app.
Okay.
It'll be a link to your app.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Roger, I have to get on to another class that I'm teaching. So the main thing I want to say is you guys were an amazing group. I know when I first taught the first Ignite, remember that way back when? You guys were all engaged then. You are all engaged now. I so appreciate it. If you have a moment, KWU eval, regional event, find Lorna, they'll look for names, say other and type my name in. If you can give me a review, I need 10 reviews to move on to the next level in KWU teaching certification. Can you guys help me out with that? All right, kwueval.com. We're in elementals 5. And when I ask for it's a regional event. And when I ask for the instructor, click on other and type in Lorna Helms. You guys are doing me a huge favor. Roger and Trisha, it was awesome to teach with you today. I had a ton of fun. I will look forward to celebrating your graduation next week with all of you. I'll be on to say congratulations.
Okay.
All right, thank you,
And
Roger.
you're
Thank you,
hosting, so
Lorna.
once you click
I'm
on,
gonna make you a host so I don't delete everybody.
make Trisha the co-host.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Great class.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so much.
So we'll stay here for 5 minutes or so if anybody has any thoughts or questions.
Sorry to smush in everything, everybody.
Well, there's a
We
lot
got a
to.
lot out of it. All right, bye.
Bye, Lorna. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trisha, you there?
Yep, I'm here. Just so everybody knows, I did drop a survey link in the chat. So if you want to do a survey for the class, we encourage that as well.
So Trisha is my colleague at our market center in Plainville. So if you guys have any thoughts or questions, Haas, you want to chat about? What value did you pull out of it? What's the one thing you guys can pull out of this whole day and maybe apply moving forward?
Right. What's the one thing you're going to do
after
this class?
I'm going to practice my scripts more.
Love it. Yep.
Yes.
I'm going to set up my presentation so that it's sort of like a template.
Right.
Yeah.
And to be quite honest with you, that's what all starts. It's the script, being prepared before you need it. What about anybody else?
Well, I'm leaving here and I'm going to a place to try to get my business cards made for once.
There you go. On your way there, you'll practice your script, right?
There we go.
Who's the best person to ask if we have tech trouble doing our presentation in command?
Trisha?
So you should have in your market center somebody who specializes in tech. Do you know if you do?
Yes. Okay. So
you
just go to them first.
I would go to them first, and they'll probably point you to some trainings that they do within the market center. There's also Marty Miller's 66-day challenge. He's on YouTube. If you just Google whatever you're having trouble with, it'll come up. Marty Miller 66-day challenge buyers presentation, and his videos will come up. They're great videos. They're short that you can kind of watch and then go back in and practice what you learned. So that's one way. Also, if your market center, there's Scott Leroy. If your market center is using that, not all market centers do use that, but if yours does, Scott Leroy is another great resource. He has webinars, live classes and things that you can be a part of that teaches everything you need to know about command.
Yeah, I got
Okay, great.
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to ask about the scripts. I have been with the company for quite a few months now, since towards the end of last year, and I do have scripts that I've looked at, and I guess my issue is for a newer agent. How do you decide which scripts you should be focusing on? I've been mainly doing, the buyer's presentation, seller's presentation, objections, and all that stuff. But there's a whole script book. There's plenty of scripts. There's all kinds of scripts. So is there any certain way you could kind of, if you haven't had any sales yet, you're not done any business, what scripts should you really pay attention? I know we should do all scripts, but there's just way too many to just focus on, all the scripts at one time. So is there any kind of advice towards that?
So Andrew, you bring up a great point, and there are a lot of scripts. So pick one, and yours would be a new agent, new to real estate type of script. Pick one that you're most comfortable with and practice that one. As you internalize that one, you're going to add scripts later on and then you'll start melding them all together and they'll come out of your mouth like conversation. But pick one. That's the trick, and practice that.
Okay. Thanks, Roger.
Try
Yeah,
not
the
to
reason I was
go
bringing that
one,
up is
because
you
there
do
are
get
so many
different,
options, right? Pick
right,
one,
you do
start
get
there.
you get different scenarios coming up every other day, something new, and you think, all right, so I got to talk to my vendors list. Now you got to memorize the vendor script list. Then you got the new people, the sellers and buyers and the
So
referrals. It's
right.
like
So
there's
let's go back to step one in real estate, right? Step one is to find people. I don't need to practice my buyer's script on day one, my buyer's consultation on day one. I need to practice my new to the agency, new to real estate script. That down. The Ford conversation script, FORD.
Mhm.
Get that down, have an understanding of those, and build off of those. And as you get comfortable with those, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, depends. Everybody learns a little differently, right? Then you're going to add the next script, which would be the next phase. So after I find somebody, now somebody wants to buy a house, let me go and grab my buyer's consultation. But in the meantime, as I'm practicing the first script, I'm getting my buyer's presentation prepared and ready. I'm familiarizing myself with that. Don't try to bite it all off in one big, just break it down. What's the first thing I need to do? I need to develop my Ford conversation script, get comfortable asking extra questions. What's important about that? Why is that important to you? But it's the care call. Just call and check in on people and get to know them and let them know you're selling real estate. That's the new to real estate script.
Gotcha. Thanks, Roger.
Yep.
Okay.
What about anybody else?
Roger,
Yep.
I haven't had a chance to print out the script book. Do they kind of put those in order of what you're going to use first and as you go on?
Yeah. Yep. I mean, if you print so it's the Sparks script book and then the Elements script book. By design, they started with day one, build your database.
Okay. All right,
Minimal
cool.
scripting in that, right? And as the progression of Sparks goes 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to 6, and 6 is the value proposition, and then we get into Elements. The sequence there. If you just walk through those and then just go back to Spark 1, go back to the first script that was introduced to you, start there. Get that one committed to some sort of memory. Then move into the next one. Now, mind you, in the interim there, if somebody all of a sudden comes forward, I want to list my house, I want to do this, that, and the other thing, and you're like, oh my God, I haven't even got this script down. Lean on your coach, lean on somebody in the market center that is an experienced agent that might want to come in and help you out. Don't be afraid to ask for help, and if you're overwhelmed and don't know what to do, pull somebody in with you for that first transaction.
Also, what might be really helpful if you can do this is find a partner that you can script practice with every day. If that's what it takes, 9 to 10, you have somebody, you guys work together on one script. I mean, that's huge and very helpful to have.
Yeah, there's a guy, he just got his license that was in my real estate class that I get along with real well. And I think he just committed to Keller Williams. So I'm going to probably connect with him and say, we need to do this.
Probably, or you're going to?
Well, I want to make sure. I'm going to text him right now before I forget that he did commit with Keller Williams and all that.
Right. And script practice isn't an hour-long ordeal. 15 minutes, do it, get off the phone, move on to your day. If you do that every day for 15 minutes over the course. Now, when you first start out, you just read the script through 3 times. Just read it. Then read it out loud 3 times. Then go into that 15-minute script practice with your partner. Practice the script, and then get off the phone and move on with the day. And then you're going to do the same thing the next day. The secret sauce is be consistent the way you practice it, and don't get all squirrely on the phone and distracted and talk about other things.
Yeah.
In there, 15 minutes and you're out. He gets a shot, you get a shot. But before you got there, you've read it over 3 times to yourself, and you've read it out loud 2 or 3 times to yourself. Then go into script practice. Do the performance.
When you get really good, you should both be getting on the phone together. You call one of your SOI people and you talk to him, you run through your script, and then he does. And then you tell each other, maybe you say, oh, maybe you should have said this, or you laugh about, oh, how terrible it was, or you give each other feedback on, what was just said on the phone and using the script. I mean, and it's a fun way to force yourself to do lead gen and to get better at it.
Right.
So how would I go about that? Let's say I was going to call up a previous client, and do I say, hey, I've got Joe here with me. He's just going to
No,
listen in.
you
No,
just
no, he's
have
just gonna be in
Joe
the
listen.
background listening.
Yeah, you just have Joe listen, and then you get off the phone and Joe will say, how he thought you did. He'll give you a little critique.
Okay.
And then same thing, Joe does it, and then you give Joe some critique.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not
And-
listening in on the phone call. He's just observing you, like you could be I could right here. Pick up your phone and make a call. And I'm just sitting here overhearing it. And I would suggest turn the screen off so there's no video, just to get your mind right. And when you're making the calls too, don't be stuck sitting down. Get up. I have nervous energy, so I put my earbuds in so there's no distraction, and I start walking around the room doing circles as I'm talking to people. Whatever works best for you is the best solution. And we're all different. We all learn differently. We all process information differently. We interact differently. Whatever works best for you.
And so a bunch of people are saying, put a mirror. So I just made this office and I put a mirror on the wall right in front of the desk here. So when I do that, because I did over the phone sales before, so I've had sales experience, but not face to face. So I'm used to be going, if I'm in a frustrating call, I'm like, and I can't do that stuff anymore. So
well, you can if you're on the phone, right?
Yeah, no, but face to face, right? I have to get used to controlling.
Remember this one thing that we talked about. It's not about you reading a script when you're talking to people. It's about you connecting with those people. And we all intuitively do that naturally on our own. That is a script.
Right.
The best script in the world is the first word. Hello, how are you doing? Done. From there, it can go any way you want. The scripts that we're employing there, the real estate scripts, are being slipped in to that conversation.
Yep.
You don't call somebody up and go, hey, how you doing? Hey, I'm new to the real estate. I just wanted to let you know. No, you're going to call up and you're going to do the forward conversation, the care call, the catching up type of call, just like you normally would. Take real estate out of the conversation at that point. Have that conversation first. Opportunity arises, slide in what you've practiced. Oh, hey, what's been going on with you? Nothing. I'm doing great. What about you? Oh, funny you should ask. I just started my new real estate career with Keller Williams, and I'm real excited about it. I've got a big goal this year to help 9 families buy, sell, or invest in real estate, and I just can't wait to get started. Hey, by the way, who do you know who I could help? They don't have anything? Oh, thanks so much. I appreciate you taking the time. When you do run across somebody, me and my track record, right? Let them know, please. I need all the help I can get.
Yeah.
Because I really just want to help somebody and everybody, all my friends and family, just like you, buy, sell, or invest in real estate. And at the end of the day, I just want to be a resource to you. So please, if you ever have any questions in the future, please reach out and give me a call. I'm more than happy to answer it. I'll come over and help break your lawn if I have to, right? What am I doing? I used a script. I used a little bit of myself, right? Little color, but there's a script there. Now, thanks so much for thinking about it. Hey, listen, tell me more about the kids. What are they up to? Right now I'm segueing off that script back into forward conversation. We call it a forward sandwich, right? I end the call and then I say, I know you're busy. I'm going to let you go. I just wanted to catch up with you. Have a great day. I'm going to stay in touch if that's okay with you. Boom. Do you remember I just asked for business in there? And I never really asked for business. I just had a conversation with you up front, slid a little something in the middle, another conversation on the back end, got myself off the phone and move on. And some people can do that like this. Other people have to do it and they have to take a big half-hour break afterwards and go, woo, right?
Well, I've had fun with it so far, but some of I've gotten stuck on the phone for a while, which is fine, but I know I need to accomplish.
Right. That's a great point. In the beginning, because you're reconnecting with people.
Right.
You're going to be on the phone for a little while. Just get used to that and be comfortable with that. But I've told people, take note, mental note. A 5 to 7 minute conversation you can cover a lot of ground. And just time yourself just so you have a gauge, and you'll start realizing, wow, I could have got off that phone 3 times, but I kept letting it go on. You don't have to get to a close at the end of the conversation. You're just maintaining and connecting with them.
Yep.
You know, and some people intuitively and naturally do that very well. The high I's just do that. The S and C type of people, and this is referring to the DISC profile, you know, dominant, intuitive, steady, and conscientious, I think is the last one.
I came up steady and dominant.
Right. So you're a D. So yeah, you want business. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah.
So but the steady conflicts with that, right?
Yep.
You also have to know what you're doing before you get on the phone and want to do a script.
Yep.
Right. Your client and the people on the other end of the phone, it's important that you understand, you don't have to make this a bigger deal than it is, but just understand they're similar to you. So if you get on the phone with a D, I better, let me get to the point and get this poor guy off the phone. He's busy.
Yep.
Right. If I got a high I, that's going to be a 20-minute conversation at a minimum. If I get an S or a C, they're wondering, why am I calling? What does he want? Right. So stepping out of your head and staying present in a conversation, and it doesn't have to be a half-hour conversation. Sometimes it's just letting them know you were thinking about them. The reason I'm calling, have a reason. Hey, listen, I'm giving you a call simply just to keep in touch. I was thinking about you today because I was scrolling through my phone.
Well, I think, to be honest, with a few of the conversations I've had, I was having just as much fun staying on the phone as they were.
Right. Then roll with that, right?
Right.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
Anybody else? Some thoughts? What'd you pull away? We don't have to keep you here. If you want to go, you can go. I mean, we're just here to answer your questions if you have any.
Thank you. That was very helpful. I like the natural flow of your conversation. It was great.
Right. Right. It doesn't sound like a script when you just have it committed to memory. And I don't have the scripts memorized verbatim. I just know my intention, the reason I'm calling, and my reason always to call is just to chat, talk to you, let you know I care.
Yeah.
I don't care if I get any business. I don't want your business. I just want you in my life. And if that comes across, business comes to me. Having said that, being a little purposeful, putting a little nuance into that and understanding, if I don't ask and let them know that I'm willing and want to help them, and keep it a big secret that I'm selling real estate and I feel dirty about putting that into the conversation, what am I doing? You shouldn't feel I want to help. That's all.
And you would
I want to be a resource to you.
Right.
I don't even know what it looks like, but if you ever have a question, you need a lawyer, mortgage officer, contractor, give me a buzz. I'm here to help.
It's great.
And that's what your database is for. I'm using my database to connect certain people with other certain people. And there's nothing in it for me. When I share a mortgage officer, I don't get paid. If I share an attorney, I don't get paid. Right? That's not the purpose. The purpose is to connect people with other people that are in my database. And if I do that, what is that? That's called contribution. I'm contributing to their lives, bettering their lives. The law of reciprocity is coming back to me one way or the other. And I don't even have to ask at that point.
It's true.
That's having said, that's dealing with your sphere of influence and people that you know. If you're talking about people we don't know and have never met, that's when the scripts really kick in being purposeful on those scripts. Because people are going to go, how much does that house cost? Oh, I'm curious. What's important about the price is, if I were to tell you the house costs $400,000, would that be affordable to you? Right?
Yeah.
So that's just a tactic and a strategy. They're going to call you up and ask for information. I just want a little information coming back. That's all. I'm not trying to close you over the phone here. Although, am I? Of course I am. They called, they have a need. They want real estate. They're curious. So it's my role to help them and discover them and see if we're a good connection, right?
Qualify them.
Go from there. And we use a script to get there. And you'll develop your own scripts too in time. There's nothing wrong with you writing a script either. So
Thank you.
what else we got out there? Who's nervous?
Roger, I have to jump. I have a 12:30. It was nice talking with you all. Good luck.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So that means we have to bounce if you're turning the control off.
Bye.
Oh,
Thank
really?
you.
Thank you, Roger, for your extra time.
Thank you so
Well, if
much.
she goes, and I'll stay here for a few minutes more. I mean, if you have
Bye.
questions. All right. I'm still here.
Yeah, thank you. This was very helpful.
Well, go ahead. Fire away, guys, because the more questions you ask, the more helpful we're being. So what am I doing? I'm doing exactly what I'm telling you to do. Your sphere of influence, all the people in your life. Hang in there, stick with them, and let them know. If you got a question, I'm here to answer it. And if I don't know the answer, that's a great question. Let me get back to you on it. I'm going to go into my market center tomorrow, and I'm going to ask my team leader. I'm going to go to the top agent, and I'm going to ask him that question for you, and I'll get back to you on that. So when you don't know the answer, just say, that's a great question. Let me look into that for you, because I want to make sure I get the right answer for you. Is that okay? And I'll follow up with you. Great. I'll call you tomorrow. Who else has got fear and phobia out there?
Oh, I do.
Go ahead. Tell me more about it. What's going on?
I guess I just, I have that fear of people thinking I'm being pushy or that I'm trying to sell them.
All right. I got one question for you. You ready
Okay.
for it?
Okay.
Are you?
No, it's not. Well, I mean, yes, I guess a little bit of both. You know, I mean, I want people to know I'm in the business so that they'll
Why do
think
you
of
want
me
them to
when
know
they
you're
have
in
a
the
need.
business? Why do you want to know? Why do you want them specifically to know you're in the business?
So that they'll think of me if they have a need or if someone they know has a need.
Okay, you're being selfish. Tell me more about that. How's it going to benefit?
I have bills to
them?
pay.
Yeah, but watch this though. I know what you really mean, and I'm dragging it out of you. Can you tell me one thing why you want to help that person?
Aside from what
The
I
obvious.
just said? Or,
Aside from the obvious, we know you need to make money. That's in your head,
Yeah.
not mine.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Because it makes you feel good, you know, to
Okay,
help.
tell me more about that.
It helps to strengthen relationships and you know, I like being with people, talking to people and just connecting. It's just a good feeling.
Yeah, but you're just doing that for the money. Play.
No, I guess
Go.
I'm really not, you know.
Thank you very much. That's right. Isn't that your authentic self?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't see anybody hanging in here that's probably out there for the money. If you're in it for the money, get out of the business. Be in it to win it. Be in it to help enrich other people's lives. Right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And if that's the truth, it needs to be the truth.
Yeah.
And if you're doing it for just money, that's not a big why.
Yeah.
Tell me why, and forgive me because I can't read your names. I have a visual impairment, but tell me why you got into the real estate business. What is it about the real estate business? What does that do for you, which in turn benefits the person hearing that message?
Are you speaking to me still? Or
sure. Yeah.
Okay. For me, I love looking at homes. I love architecture. I love
how does that help the audience?
Lifestyle and pardon?
How is that going to help the audience?
I think
you're passionate, right?
I'm passionate. I
enjoy this.
Detail.
This is fun for me. And I love showing people homes and I love exploring homes. And I love the look on your face when we walk into a home and we've walked through 15 other homes. And when you walk in and your eyes light up, and now I know this might be the home for you. And then I get to help you discover why that's the home for you. And I help walk you through a difficult, challenging process, because this is probably the biggest transaction you're ever going to do in your life, right? And you're probably going to do this maybe twice or three times in your life, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I do this every day. To me, this is a home. It's a house. To you, it's your home. And that enriches my soul. That makes me feel good, watching you feel good. And that's my goal here for you. I want to find you the right home for you and your family. And most importantly, I want it to be something you can afford so that you don't have to stress out. I don't want you to buy a house and be house poor. What am I do? What the language I'm using, what I'm saying is I'm watching out for you.
Right.
I care about you. I don't care about myself. This isn't important. That's not why I'm doing this. So if you tap into that and that becomes now your message,
right,
go shout it from the highest hilltop.
Yeah, I
And let
love
all your friends know that you're selling real estate and this is the reason why.
Mhm.
Because I don't want to entrust my best friend to somebody else because you're my best friend. I'm going to treat this like it's your money, not my money. I'm going to be watching out for your dollar here. Now, counterintuitive, right? This market, we have to talk to people about that and let them know you're going to feel like you're paying because that's just the truth. You're going to be in competition with others that might be willing to pay more to you. It's not about what they're willing to pay. It's what you're comfortable paying. Okay. Because at the end of the day, we could do this for a year and that's okay with me. I'm going to go at your speed. Right. You might not be ready today. You might have to wait 6 months to fix your credit. That's okay. I'm here for you. I'm going to stay in touch with you because I'm part of your life. Does it make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. What does that do for your mindset now, right?
Makes me feel good.
That's
Makes me
right.
feel
There you
much
go.
better about everything. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So I got to run. Thank you for sticking around. This is awesome.
Thank
Pour
you.
yourself into it. Just absorb, don't try to do everything all at once, one thing at a time.
Yep.
All the emails that you guys are getting, delete. Find the one that makes the most sense for you and keep moving forward. And make a list, make a to-do list of things you want to do, and then focus on the one thing every day that's going to help you move you towards your goal. And if you just keep knocking that list off, in a year, you won't recognize yourself. You'll be like, Jesus, I remember when I was nervous in Ignite, I remember when I had fear and phobia all about this. So, okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thanks.
you very much.
You're very welcome.
Have a great day, everybody.
You too, guys. Take care all.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. My pleasure.